Bom dia. Good morning. I now declare the 67th annual session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I want to welcome all of you to our plenary session here in Lisbon. And I particularly want to thank our Portuguese hosts for their wonderful hospitality. Please give them a hand during a pandemic. We're joined this morning with Antonio Costa, the Prime Minister of Portugal, Eduardo Ferreira Rodrigues, the President of the Portuguese Assembly of the Republic, and a familiar face to us all and an alumna of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States, Nancy Pelosi. I also want to thank Adão Silva, the head of the Portuguese delegation, for hosting this session. Adão, you and your team have done a wonderful job in organizing this session and in making sure everybody can stay safe and have the experience they need to have at this 67th meeting. We're so grateful for your team's hard work. It's a distinct pleasure to open today's plenary sitting in the first in-person meeting we've been able to have in almost 2 years. I know we all appreciate the efforts our Portuguese hosts have gone through to make sure that this is a safe but successful event. And we hope that you've started something that we're going to be able to continue. So thank you, Portugal. Thank you to our wonderful hosts. No amount of online interactions can come anywhere near close to the type of formal and informal exchanges that I think are so necessary in international diplomacy and in making sure that we build the kind of robust structure that is the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I think we've also gained a better appreciation in these last 3 days of Portugal's strong and comprehensive contribution to NATO since its very beginning, and its strong commitment to transatlantic principles, especially not only collective security, but our shared democratic values. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, Madam Speaker, Mr. Prime Minister, of course, I want to pay tribute to the Portuguese Parliament's consistent commitment and much valued contribution to our Assembly. Successive Portuguese delegations have given the Assembly great leaders. Many of us miss those voices. Dear friends like Jose Lelo, Julio Miranda Calha, whose time came much too early, and they are missed. Our colleagues, Adão Silva, Marcos Perestrello, and other members of the delegation have been instrumental in bringing us together. And this session, of course, comes at a pivotal moment for NATO because they are going through the strategic concept review. Of course, we've discussed that at numerous meetings in our own deliberations. NATO's next strategic concept will provide the roadmap for adaptations to a changed world. And those changes are very important. The current strategic concept still talks about Russia as a partner. Clearly, that is no longer the case. It doesn't mention China. It barely mentions climate change. So updating the strategic concept is absolutely necessary. But also, we have to take cognizance of the assaults on democracy itself, both from within and without. We are in a competition with authoritarian regimes that are quite aggressive in offering what they consider to be a better solution, a better alternative. And we've got to be forceful in making sure that we make the strong case in word and in deed for the democratic alternative. And so a robust NATO Parliamentary Assembly is a key part of that mission. When I was elected almost 2 years ago, I set 3 priorities One, to help revive the transatlantic relationship through renewed U.S. engagement with the alliance, which we recognized was badly needed. Second, to rededicate NATO to its democratic foundations. And third, to assert the Assembly's role in helping to shape NATO's adaptation for the next decade. I'm proud of what we managed to achieve in just a year on these and other priorities. We renamed our Committee on Civil Dimension of Security to the Committee on Democracy and Security to enshrine the premium we put on democratic values, democratic structures, and the democratic impulse. We set up a working group and collected testimonies to fine-tuning the concept for a NATO Democratic Resilience Center. And this is something that is a major priority for us. We believe that we need formal architecture in NATO itself. After 71 years, there's not even a broom closet at NATO headquarters dedicated to democratic institution building. We've got to be more than a military collective security alliance. What is it we're alliance for? It is the promotion, propoundment, defense, advocacy for democracy. Democratic institutions and governments are free people exercising their free will. That's what we are. That's who we are. And there must be an institutional, organizational commitment to that as a resource center within NATO itself. We reaffirm our support for the independence and territorial integrity of Georgia, Moldova, and the Ukraine in the face of Russia's aggression, and established an informal support group for the Crimea platform to remobilize our Assembly's attention on Crimea and Russia's illegal annexation and occupation of same, which we will never recognize. And of course, we held close consultations with the NATO Secretary General and the NATO Deputy Secretary General on the 2030 agenda and the Brussels summit to include adoption of several of our recommendations as part of the reflection process. And we actively engaged with the new United States administration throughout 2021 and maintained strong congressional participation. I'm pleased to tell you that this year, at this meeting, we've had 14 members of the United States Congress participate here in Lisbon, which is the largest number for our delegation in a long, long time. So I hope that underscores the importance we place on this institution, this platform. And of course, we couldn't be more honored for the third year in a row to have the first speaker ever to attend one of our meetings, except she's done it 3 times, Speaker Nancy Pelosi. As we look to 2022, a year that will be a defining one for NATO's future, we must continue to advance our recommendations and priorities. In my view, the new strategic concept must, at a minimum, do 2 things: align with the reality that is today and strengthen NATO as an alliance of democracies. And as I mentioned, the current strategic concept just is outdated and does not reflect the reality in which we live. China, for example, to not even mention China until about 4 or 5 years ago is an extraordinary thing when you think about it. I guess in our minds we thought, China was not in our theater of operations. But China most certainly is. Technology makes that so. Whether we're looking at technological issues like 5G or artificial intelligence or quantum computing, China is there and here. But we're also seeing an aggressive reasserting China under Xi Jinping that is not shy about the authoritarian alternative they provide. And they're right in our face saying it works better, it's more efficient, it does more for its people, and the trade-off is you give up some of those liberties and freedoms that you cherish in the West. And clearly, China is a power. It now has the world's largest navy. It will soon, this decade, probably have the world's largest economy, surpassing that of the United States. It has the largest military force in the world. It is aggressively asserting itself in the South China Sea to the detriment of many of its neighbors, encroaching on their territorial waters with impunity. That is a violation of international law and norms and threatens us even though it may seem far away. So taking cognizance of China, not only as a threat, but as an opportunity, as a potential partner, but we have to be clear-eyed about the threat it also represents, about the aggression in which they are engaged. And then and of course, climate change, we see it all around us. It is very manifest. And so understanding the impact of climate change on our alliance and the strategic implications of climate change in terms of everything from our military capabilities, our military bases, the impact on shipping in places like the High North and the Arctic, are very important to NATO and should be important, I know, to all of us. So we have to update the strategic concept. But as I said, we also need to be much more assertive institutionally on the issue of democracy. And let me just say from a personal point of view, Speaker Pelosi, myself, the head of the U.S. delegation, Linda Sanchez, were all in the Capitol to witness the validation of electoral votes for a new president of the United States on January 6th. I don't think when we began that day, any of us thought we would be under violent assault at the Capitol of the United States to try to stop that count in a democracy. And I'm here to say to all of you, friends, if it can happen there, I assure you it can happen here. None of us are immune from the internal threats to democracy, and we need to turn our attention to those as well. And again, the stronger we are as a collective, as an alliance, the better prepared we will be to meet those threats and indeed to push them back. And of course, this body, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, has a voice. It's a voice we must use right now. If we want to make a permanent contribution to NATO, this is our chance. The strategic concept and the idea of a Center for Democratic Resilience that is in NATO, not another center of excellence, not to be distributed among think tanks, as if it's, well, something, yes, of course we all aspire to, and of course we all subscribe to, but they're there, we don't really need something organizational. Yes, we do. In my opinion, and I think most of my colleagues, what we went through in Washington on January 6th underscored why we do. And we, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, can make this permanent contribution institutionally, organizationally to NATO. And that could be our legacy and our contribution at this moment. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you for re-electing me. And let's have a wonderful 2022. God bless you all. Thank you. It is now my great pleasure to welcome back Eduardo Ferreira Rodrigues, the President of the Portuguese Assembly of the Republic. President Rodrigues, thank you so much for attending this assembly today. And may I thank you also for an extraordinary cultural event we had the other night. I think all of us were so impressed with the depth of Portuguese culture, but also the beauty of the singing and the music we were so pleased to experience. So thank you for hosting us the other night as well. Welcome, President Rodriguez.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Mr. President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, members of the Bureau, Madam Secretary General, Madam Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Undersecretary General of the UN, Mr. President of the Portuguese delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, members of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. The focus of NATO in defense and foreign policy for Portugal has, in this 67th annual session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, a symbolic moment. It's also an excellent example of the added value brought about by political consultation amongst allies. I also would like to remind you that we inaugurated this year the Communication Information NATO Academy. We hope that this annual session will contribute towards a stronger Atlantic alliance, more cohesive, more resilient one in carrying out its main goals: collective defense, crisis management, and cooperative security. Portugal was the founding member of NATO. We're talking about 72 years ago, and at that point in time, we couldn't say that NATO was an organization of the free world. Portugal, as a founding member, was not a free country. It was a dictatorship. But it's also had many years of peace and prosperity, and this would have been impossible without the Atlantic Alliance. Throughout its existence, NATO has always been able to adapt to changes which have been occurring in its strategic environment. That was the case in the time of Cold War. It was also equally the case in the 90s in managing armed conflict in former Yugoslavia. The best proof of the success in the Balkans is also the fact that we have here today, as our allies, many of the states which at that point conquered independence and gained their individual sovereignty. It was also the collective response to the terrorist attacks of September 11. And for the very first time in the history of NATO, Article 5 has been brought into force. Today, terrorism continues to be a major concern. Blind violence has come upon very many European cities, Middle East, Africa. Daesh has practiced heinous crimes and shown total disrespect for life and human dignity. The return of the Taliban to power in Afghanistan is naturally a source of great concern. There's no way of hiding it. And it's very timely, as was said by the Secretary General, on the fact that we must reflect exactly as to what NATO has done and can do. The news that's coming to us from Afghanistan clearly expresses what citizens are experiencing: public executions, intentions to literally introduce the mandatory Sharia, successive discrimination towards women, preventing access to education, and discrimination against the Harara minority. And we do not see the basis and the grounds for stability in that country. And it has been made clear that no terrorist threats will be allowed, and they will be fought against with determination and solidarity. In a progressive way, and throughout the decades, the Atlantic Alliance has intensified its cooperation with the UN, the European Union, and other international organizations, as is the case with the African Union. Cooperative security, which is also reflected in past actions to fight piracy in the Indian Ocean, Mediterranean maritime operations, such as the Sea Guardian, the support given to the African Union, and the training mission in Iraq. It's also good to remember that the South is a priority. Without peace, without prosperity, without access to education and progress in Africa, Europe becomes weaker. To work towards political and economic stability in the Sahel and sub-Saharan Africa is of our common interest. The partnership with the EU is the most paradigmatic. It is a unique and essential partner to NATO. All we need to do is bear in mind that 21 member states of the EU are also members of NATO, and that Sweden and Finland are enhanced opportunity partners. Today it's common, this affirmation of the intent that Europe should do more for its defense, and NATO is a cornerstone in this defense system. Creating synergies to look out for coherence, complementarity, and interoperability are requirements we cannot do without. It is of the utmost importance to look into the joint declaration NATO-EU of 2018. The bonds between the sides of the Atlantic go beyond this. For instance, recently in Pittsburgh, we had the first meeting of the Trade and Technological Council between the US and the European Union. These objectives are of the utmost importance to coordinate approaches in terms of technological aspects of a crucial nature in economic relationships, democratic values, without hampering any of the natural sovereignty and autonomy each state has. We have to be united. We are living and experiencing new times, complex times, which are affected by all sorts of geopolitics. We must uphold universal values, respect for human rights and human dignity. These have often been sidelined, despised, and even suppressed, including violation of international law. We are constantly confronted with democratic decharacterization, often transformed into a farce by authoritarian regimes, and even by completely rejecting democracy as a principle, favoring authoritarian government models where freedom and individual freedoms have no place. This is an increased reason for us to reinforce cohesion and resilience in this alliance. Never as before has the expression free world made as much sense. It's up to us to defend democracy, democratic values, and its institutions. It's up to us to work at an international level for standards that we uphold, not to be completely set aside and discarded. The report on the reflection group, NATO 2030 United for a New Era, and the 2030 Agenda approved at the June summit open up new horizons for the challenges which lay ahead. It's obviously even a requirement that we look into the strategic concept which was adopted in Lisbon in 2010, more than a decade ago, and that the same is done at the summit in Madrid 2022. A lot has changed, in fact, the strategic environment as a whole over the last decade. We had a very severe economic crisis which hit Portugal badly, deterioration of relationship with Russia since 2014, the resorting to hybrid wars and asymmetries and asymmetric threats. These intend to put all we uphold at stake and question our own infrastructures and weaken our infrastructure, namely through the current attacks which have been led by non-state entities. The importance of China as a systemic challenge. The growing importance of the Indian Pacific area is also obvious. Defense in the area of freedom of navigation, expanse of the military presence, all of this are things that we have to look into. The inclusion of cybernetics and space, operational domain apart from land, sea, and air, this is a clear reason for us to be worried about cybernetic attacks and Article 5. The impact, which is now quite clear, of disruptive emerging technologies has transformed the military art. And this happens also with artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, supersonic technologies, or biotechnologies. The erosion of armament control architecture, all of these challenges we can add to with many other. For instance, climate change. Let's think about energy security, food security. To fight these challenges warrants us working towards carrying out and achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We live in a world with growing dispersion, fragmentation, confrontation, and conflict, but it's also a world of interdependencies. More than ever, does it make sense to be united and determined? Europeans, Americans, Canadians, our unity is an unmeasurable good, not only for states and peoples which integrate the alliance, but also for global peace. We are a defensive alliance working towards peace and freedom of our citizens, respecting, as is stated in Article 7, the rights and obligations under the United Nations. More than everything, we share principles, values, and a common historical heritage. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're now privileged to receive and hear some words of greeting from the Prime Minister of the Republic of Portugal, Antonio Costa. Welcome, Mr. Prime Minister.
Senhor Presidente da Assembleia da República,
Mr. President of the Portuguese Assembly, Mr. President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Gerald E. Connolly, Madam Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, Mr. Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations, United Nations, Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I apologize, says the Speaker. Mr. Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Jens Stoltenberg. As a founding and committed member of NATO, it was an honor for Portugal to host over the last few days this session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly in this city, which is constantly turned towards the Atlantic. The Parliamentary Assembly has taken on, ever since its inception, the irreplaceable role of raising awareness and understanding the issues which affect the safety of the Euro-Atlantic area. In addition, the parliamentary dimension of the alliance reinforces our vision of NATO, not only as a military alliance, but first and foremost as a community of values. Individual freedoms, democracy, human rights, the rule of law are all at the shared basis in this Euro-Atlantic area. Our 900 million citizens count on the scrutiny and reflections produced within our parliaments for the protection of these values and democratic control of the alliance activities. By congregating representatives of all allied national parliaments, as well as those of countries which seek with us a closer connection, the Parliamentary Assembly not only increases its public participation in relevant areas concerning our collective security, but also contributes towards parliamentary democracy in the entire Euro-Atlantic region. NATO is naturally in permanent evolution and adaptation. This is one of our secrets to our success as a political and military alliance. But the allies can only respond to this adaptation process to a changing international landscape if they are able to maintain the rule of solidarity and reciprocal consultation and not allow trust to be at stake, as we have recently seen around the recent events in Afghanistan and the Indian Pacific region. In our discussions, we must not forget that NATO remains essential to ensure peace and security in a vast region with 30 countries continuing to focus on the large part of prosperity, technological development, and the upholding of democratic values at a global level. As a purely defensive alliance, which is no threat to anyone, NATO will remain increasingly more relevant in a general scenario of complexity marked by geostrategic global reconfiguration with consequences which have not yet been totally defined. In the reemergence of a multipolar world in a strong globalized context, and with the alteration of relative powers at economic and military level in different regions around the world, the persistence of this focus of instability in neighboring regions and certain global challenges such as terrorism or climate change warrant that the alliance provides the adequate response to a quickly changing external strategic landscape. The center of gravity of the Atlantic Alliance is, as always has been throughout its history, cohesion. Without this cohesion, it wouldn't have been possible in the past, nor will it be possible in the future, to face successfully the threats and challenges to our security. Therefore, it's indispensable through its words and actions that allies reaffirm the stability of the bonds that bring them together and that permanently convey a message of unity. As was said here by Mr. President, the very significant participation of the American Congress and the presence in person of Madam Speaker of the House of Representatives are a clear indication of the strong solidarity of all allies from this and the other side of the Atlantic. No ally is sufficiently strong to face alone global challenges. No ally is too small to not be of valid and decisive contribution towards the common security goals. As in the past, NATO must remain strong and cohesive to ensure peace. This spirit must guide our actions at a time when we are pursuing a reflection process which should end with the adoption of a new strategic concept next year during the Madrid summit. Portugal is at the center of the Euro-Atlantic space, which NATO has provided more than 7 decades of peace. With this reinforced centrality, also in its geostrategic importance in the Azores and the military power of the alliance, and the political and social proximity between both sides of the Atlantic. This should also ensure greater collaboration between the North Atlantic and South Atlantic, namely in maritime security. The safety of maritime routes and the security provided is crucial for the freedom of navigation and to reaffirm the central importance in international trade. Firmly anchored in the European continent, active partner in the European Union, but also facing the Atlantic, Portugal sees in reinforcing cooperation between NATO and the EU as the best way of together facing these common challenges. NATO and the European Union are not competitors, but partners. NATO will continue to be the basis of collective European security, and there are no alternatives to NATO for Euro-Atlantic security. Simultaneously, Portugal is fighting for a stronger Europe, which will also make this transatlantic community stronger. A transatlantic community open to the world and promoting multilateralism. That is how we have proceeded and did so during the recent presidency of the European Union, reinforcing the bonds with NATO. As well as NATO, European Union is promoting its own strategic reflection process. We should ensure that the new strategic concept of NATO and the European Union strategic compass should reinforce compatible views and coordinated approaches towards peace and security, not only in the internal Euro-Atlantic space, but in other regions of the world with great relevance to our common goals and interests. It's crucial that these are open exercises in order to ensure complementarity rather than competition or doubling our efforts when it comes to the work conducted by NATO and the EU. The NATO-EU collaboration has given the right steps forward over the last few years, but its potential must be yet further developed. In fact, many of the aspects discussed here within the scope of NATO are the ones that we also debate within the EU. Joint effort would only increase our readiness and our ability to successfully face common challenges. We defend at this level the need for NATO to maintain a 360-degree perspective, facing up to the existing threats from the East without neglecting its actions and presence in the South, where some of the most serious threats to European security lie, such as political instability, failed states, humanitarian emergencies, terrorism, and where climate change find thriving ground. NATO and the European Union share this assessment, have developed efforts to ensure security in the neighborhood and looking south with great attention. Portugal congratulates itself for the attention that NATO has been giving to global challenges such as climate change and the use of new technologies for harmful intent by state and non-state organizations. We will continue to defend these priorities for our common security goals. As you know, few kilometers from where we are at this precise moment, more precisely in Oeiras, the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, inaugurated this very same year the Communications and Information Academy. This state-of-the-art facility, which we inaugurated in May, also shows our joint ambitions to maintain the high technological competitiveness within our alliance. The Oeiras Academy is now a fundamental structure in the fight against hybrid threat, cyber attacks, and misinformation. The alliance must not forget it, and the Parliamentary Assembly did not forget the importance of maintaining within the order of the day the discussion on gun control and the use of new or existing technologies. In the current geopolitical context, we equally need to discuss amongst ourselves the lessons learnt from the events which took place in Afghanistan and the emerging threats and challenges. We must remain alert to our southern flank, to the spread of terrorism risks from Sahel to other African regions. We must maintain greater involvement with other partners in Africa, but also in Latin America and Indian Pacific region, including India. In summary, we must have an open mindset when it comes to security as we deepen our reflections on this new strategic concept. National parliaments must be a full part of this discussion, not only at the end, but throughout the entire process. The results of today's Parliamentary Assembly meeting and are important for this reflection. The reports and recommendations adopted in the various annual session committees are a true contribution for the future of the alliance. The transatlantic relationship remains a priority, especially for those, such as Portugal, to which the Atlantic represents a strategic element forever crucial in our defense of independence and prosperity. NATO is an irreplaceable alliance. Therefore, we must build a stronger one for the future. I wish you all, as I conclude, I wish to congratulate you all on the important debates held over the last few days and for your contribution towards the promotion of democratic values, which are fundamental and at the basis of what the Atlantic Alliance means. Thank you very much.
Mr. Prime Minister. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly created the Women for Peace and Security Award earlier this year to honor a woman who has made exceptional contributions to the equal participation of women and men in the field of peace and security, and the protection of women in conflict situations, and/or the mainstreaming of women's needs and perspectives into relief and recovery initiatives in post-conflict situations. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly has a long-standing commitment to the promotion and implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. The creation of the Women for Peace and Security Award earlier in 2021 was the initiative of Joëlle Garriot-Malin from France, you might have guessed. And the aim of the award is to continue to amplify efforts already made in that direction. It's now our distinct honor to announce the winner of the first Parliamentary Assembly's Women for Peace and Security Award, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. In her 33-year career in the House of Representatives, Speaker Pelosi has broken gender barriers and shattered countless glass ceilings as the very first woman Speaker of the House, the first three-term Speaker in more than 60 years, and currently the second in line to the United States presidency. As a leader on security and intelligence matters, where she served in the Intelligence Committee for a number of years, she has advocated forcefully for the equal participation of women in international security missions. She's raised the plight of women in conflict and fought for the involvement of women in reconciliation and recovery initiatives around the world, the criteria for this award. Under Speaker Pelosi's leadership, the United States Congress has advanced sweeping gender equality initiatives, both domestically and abroad, as she's urged women around the globe to know your power. It is in this spirit she has lifted up the cause of women in conflict, including elevating female leaders in the wake of the Arab Spring and working to counter violence against women amid, for example, the Syrian civil war. Speaker Pelosi was a member of this body, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, for over a decade. During this time, and later as Speaker, she has led efforts to strengthen transatlantic security through U.S. congressional engagement with and support for NATO, allied countries, and the Assembly. Since her re-election as Speaker in 2019, she has led large bipartisan congressional delegations abroad, including to the 2019 and 2020 North Atlantic Council and NATO Parliamentary Assembly Joint Committee meetings in Brussels. This is her third participation, as I mentioned earlier. She's also facilitated NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg's joint address to the United States Congress in observance of our 70th anniversary, making him the first ever leader of a multilateral organization to have the honor of speaking before a joint session of the United States Congress and providing him with a platform to propound on the importance of the NATO alliance and the unique transatlantic bond at a critical moment when it was under attack. Many congratulations to some who argue maybe the most consequential speaker in the history of my country, Nancy Pelosi. This is heavy. So we'll do a picture, but we're going to do. Madam Speaker. Well, that's your speech, Brooks. I took her speech.
I guess I'll just have to do without it. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and congratulations to you on your reelection as president of this very, very, very important, crucial organization at this time. Thank you to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, to all of you, for this wonderful award, which I will display with great pride in the Speaker's office in the Capitol as a constant reminder and inspiration of the work that you do and the importance of parliaments in the work of security, economy, governance, the issues that brought us here today. I'm honored to receive it from you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Mr. President, that has a nice ring to it, because of your great leadership on foreign policy and security for so many years in the Congress, of course recognized by your colleagues here, but also in the House of Representatives. I want you to know how respected his voice is in the Congress, and again, we take great pride in his presidency of this organization. Thank you, Jerry Conway. So here we are in Lisbon, and here we are just honored not only by the beautiful hospitality and the cultural experience and all the rest of the Portuguese government and of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but also by the seriousness of purpose of the comments that you both made here today. Mr. Speaker, it was an honor to hear the array of concerns that you, challenges that you placed there, Mr. Prime Minister, the values, the framework in which you put it, and then to hear Jerry talk about a new way to look at all of this. Clearly, listening to the Prime Minister and the Speaker, it's clear that the Atlantic Ocean does not divide us, but is unifying to us. The transatlantic relationship is one that we value. Clearly you do. Lisbon, Portugal, has been, shall we say, the master of the seas from the age of discovery, and now, as you try with the COP26, and also your initiatives on the oceans to protect that tremendous ecological resource. I saw the Prime Minister in Spain, in Madrid, for COP25, where, again, your leadership was so evident, Portugal's leadership so evident. So it's an honor to be with you. To hear you talk about being one of the founding members of NATO is indeed a source of pride to Portugal, but it is also a source of great pride to NATO that Portugal was one of the founding members, even in a time not as democratic as it is now, as the Speaker referenced. It is exciting to be here and talk about the bipartisanship of multilateralism in the Congress of the United States. I think it's important to always make that point. Parliaments are important. Bipartisanship is important, and I just want to acknowledge that still with us are some of our other colleagues from all over the country. Congressman Rick Larson of Washington, Linda Sanchez of California, Brett Guthrie of Kentucky, John Garmendi of California, Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, Neil Dunn of Florida, and Jennifer Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico, and that is an applause line, all of them. Could you please? My colleagues. America's commitment to our transatlantic partnership is proudly, as I say, bipartisan, but it is also ironclad, recognizing that NATO is a pillar of peace and security around the world. As a former NATO PA member, a key priority for my speakership has always been reaffirming and strengthening America's commitment to NATO. That I was honored to host Secretary General Stoltenberg for an historic address to a joint session of Congress to mark 70 years of NATO in 2019, as President Connolly mentioned. It was an historic day for us in the Congress, and we were greatly inspired and given much hope by the Secretary General's presentation. Thank you, Secretary General, for honoring us then with your presence. And just last week, was it, back in Washington, D.C., meeting in a bipartisan way. So the ongoing recognition from both sides of the Atlantic of the importance. And members of Congress, led by Jerry Conley, as I said, met with the Secretary General just last week. I take special pride in the Secretary General because his parents were in school and working in San Francisco when he was born, so we have that connection. We also have a connection with this bridge. I mean, here we have this, looks like the Golden Gate Bridge, or ours looks like your bridge, but I think it's enough of a sign for us to say, since we're here now with this bridge, maybe once again, I'll say, maybe the NATO PA should be meeting in San Francisco sometime soon, like that. In any way, when we come to meetings of this kind, or just having CODELs to different strategic areas of the world, our three pillars of our presentation or our pursuit of information has always been security, first and foremost, economics, because economics are central to the strength of a democracy, and governance, as you spoke of, Mr. Prime Minister. Governance, as you mentioned, NATO is not just a security alliance, it's a values, a cohesion built around values. And governance, again, is about our values. It's an expression of integrity, and it is a way to stave off corruption, which is so destructive to democracies or those countries who aspire to more freedom. So I was glad to learn about the discussion for the Center for Democratic Resilience, the Center for Democratic Resilience that President Connolly was talking about, increasingly made more necessary because of autocracy raising its head and challenging democracy in many places, as well as the corruption that frequently goes with autocratic rules. So the peaceful world, the world at peace that you talked about, is one that is furthered not just by security and fairness in our economies, but it's also about values and governance. And that is so important. And that is really this center, what are we calling it? The Center for Democratic Resilience is in furtherance of NATO's purpose. It really is. The furtherance of its purpose is also realization of the role of women, an equal participation of women in security matters. NATO, thank you, Secretary General, has recognized that with the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda, with its work to mainstream a gender perspective into peacekeeping operations and prioritizing greater representation of women in all decision-making levels. There was great humility and pride that I accept this inaugural Women for Peace and Security Award. I do so with deep appreciation of the contribution of NATO to advancing gender equality in the arena of peace and security. So thank you so much. I'm very honored to receive that. This honor is particularly meaningful to me because for over 25 years floating as a member of Intelligence and an ex officio as Speaker of the House, Intelligence it really made me the first speaker, first leader actually, in the Congress for generations to ever have a security credential going into that office. The first time, imagine, all those years, all those men, none of them had been in the committees of security. And I really respect my colleagues for respecting the importance of that. One of the goals was to bring more diversity, as Mr. Connolly mentioned, more diversity of more women, more people of color into the intelligence community, because when we talk about our security, we talk about our military, very important, our diplomacy, very important, but also our intelligence aspects of that. So I wanted the face of America's security to be more about women, people of color, in all of those aspects. So this award means a lot to me, and I will share it with my colleagues, many of the women in Congress who serve in leadership roles on the Armed Services Committee, the Intelligence Committee, Foreign Affairs Committee, Homeland Security Committee, and the rest. But this is not about mere representation, it's about leadership in those regards. I also think, but I'm just saying, that when we're fighting corruption, women are great champions in fighting corruption wherever it may exist. And fighting corruption is strengthening democracy. A lot of voices of women are needed, have always been needed, but right now, when we talk about Afghanistan, it's so much in our hearts and our minds. I wear this ring given to me by the women made by the women of Afghanistan. I've been there many, many times over the last 20 years. And we visited the women of course, in Kabul, the very accomplished women, lawyers, doctors, university heads, leaders in every way, and so impressive, but also to visit in the hinterlands, the poorest of the poor women, beggars, really, people working in agriculture and the rest, who are very poor, but were very thrilled that their daughters could go to school. But one time I was on a trip, took a fixed wing, helicopter, armored car. Practically, I thought we were going to ride a donkey to get to where these people were. So remote were the regions we were going to. The women said, "We just want to meet with you alone. No men. we had a women's delegation. We would take a delegation of women to visit the women many times. And those women, as poor as they were, they said, you want us to send our daughters to school, and we want to do that. You want them to take advantage of health centers. We want them to go there, but we cannot let them leave the house until we have security. And we can't have security until we end corruption in our country. Imagine, as unsophisticated, well, they were educated in many ways, but not formally. They understood the connection between freedom and ending corruption. So we cannot ever forget them, and I want to salute NATO because the NATO alliance was so instrumental for having a whole generation, 20 years, of women and girls to receive educations that what they would have never received without the NATO presence, the allies, the alliances in Afghanistan. Now we cannot let that go, slip away. We must keep our focus there, keep these women close to our hearts as we go forward, because it's not just about the women, it's about what it means for Afghanistan. It's not just about Afghanistan, it's what it means about security in the world, the women of Afghanistan. And again, I salute NATO for the success and cooperate U.S., NATO, and other countries' success in Afghanistan. And commend you as well, Mr. Prime Minister, and your country for your involvement there. Again, in fact, when people ask me, if you ruled the world, what one thing would you do? I think about that a lot. If any of us ruled the world, what one thing would we do? And that would be easy. It would be to prioritize the education of women and girls. It would make the biggest difference, not only in their lives, their families, their communities, but to the world. Because we truly do believe that when women succeed, America succeeds, or any country succeeds, but globally, we all succeed. And so that's why I'm really especially honored to receive this award. I was so challenged as well as impressed by the array of concerns that the Prime Minister put forth. It's hard to prioritize so many things, except they fall into the categories of security, economy, and the rest. And as the distinguished Prime Minister wished you well in the deliberations and that have taken place so far and what will come next, it is my honor to join him in wishing you well in all of that. So many things that we talk about in the time of COVID, in the time of climate crisis, in the time of cybersecurity, in the time of challenges, as our distinguished president mentioned, of China coming forth. So it is an interesting time, and I'm always about time, age of discovery, getting back to Portugal and the age of discovery. Who would succeed were those who could count time, or they could do latitude by the stars, but they couldn't do latitude. It was hard to do latitude. So if you went someplace and you found something, discovered something, you could see what star it was under, but you couldn't. Longitude, it was hard. So who could ever discover how a clock could really put down markers, latitude and longitude? So I've been very interested in time. And so when our founders in our country, Mr. Connolly and my colleagues have heard me say this again and again, at the beginning of America's revolution, in the dark days of the revolution, forgive my friends from UK, they've heard me say this too, in the time of our revolution, Thomas Paine said, the times have found us. The times have found us. Found them to declare independence, fight a war, win a war, establish a country. The times found them, found Lincoln when he kept our country together, found our allies in World War II to protect freedom and democracy and to have peace, a peaceful world. Well, not to place ourselves in the category of greatness of all of those people, but understanding the urgency of the challenges spelled out by the speaker, by the President, by the Prime Minister, and by all of you coming here for that purpose. But times have found us. Times have found us to save our democracies. The times have found us to save our planet. The times have found us to ensure that the blessings of liberty and democracy are there on a planet that is intact as we pass it on to future generations. So thank you all for the time you take, the commitment you make, the ideas you present, the focus you place on security, on economy, and on governance. And good luck to you in your final deliberations. We all look forward to the statements that you will make. And as a member of the House of Representatives, I thank you again for recognizing the extraordinary leadership of Jerry Conley, Mr. President. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah. Thank you, Madam. I'm from Boston. That's how we speak. I also want to thank Paul Pelosi, Speaker Pelosi's husband, who has joined us today. Thank you, Paul, for being here. We are now pleased to welcome back a friend, somebody who has always taken the time and respect to not only listen to, but solicit the views of parliamentarians from the Alliance and this body in particular. Please welcome back to the podium for a presentation and then followed by extensive Q&A, the Secretary General, our friend Jens Stoltenberg.
President Connolly, dear Jerry, we met last week and now we meet again. So this is really good for our friendship that we continue to meet every week on both sides of the Atlantic. And also thank you for the way you lead this very important assembly, which is important for the whole transatlantic family and for building NATO as a stronger and stronger alliance. Also, many thanks to you, President Rodriguez, and the Portuguese delegation for hosting us at this very beautiful place. It's great to be back and to see you all. And of course, Prime Minister Costa, we also met recently when we inaugurated the new cyber academy here in Portugal, demonstrating how committed this alliance is, Portugal is to our alliance. Dear friends and dear colleagues, it's really great to be able to meet again in person, and not least because for a long time I've not seen you, Nancy, but it's great to meet Speaker Nancy Pelosi, not least because you really deserve the award for Women, Peace and Security you just received, because you have been such a strong voice for security and women for so many years. So really congratulations. Then I would also like to recognize some other members of this assembly, because I understand that 3 long-standing NPA members and friends of the Alliance, Carl Lammers, Ulla Schmidt and Lord Jopling, they are going to attend this meeting, but that will be the last NPA assembly they attend. So many thanks for your long-standing commitment, for everything you have done, and your commitment to strengthening the transatlantic bond between Europe and North America. Many, many thanks. To all of you, and I will miss you. It is a pleasure to be back in Portugal. Portugal is a staunch NATO ally. You contribute to our shared security and to our collective defense in many different ways. You help fight international terrorism, including in Iraq and Africa. Portuguese jets and ships are part of our air policing missions and our maritime operations. And Portuguese forces take part in our multinational brigade in Romania. And you also host a number of different NATO facilities, including the cutting-edge cyber academy we inaugurated, as we said, not so many weeks ago. You were also a host nation and the lead nation for NATO's largest exercise this year, Steadfast Defender 2021. All of these contributions demonstrate Portugal's strong commitment to NATO and to the transatlantic bond. In turbulent and unpredictable times, this commitment is as important as ever. And all NATO allies on both sides of the Atlantic continues to stand by it. And I say this knowing that allies do not always agree on every issue. But ultimately, we all agree on what really matters, that we are stronger when we stand together. In Afghanistan, we stood together for 20 years. And together, we took the decision to leave, after extensive rounds of consultations. It was not an easy decision, because we faced a dilemma: to stay and risk renewed combat and an open-ended military presence, or to leave and risk the Taliban returning to power. The Taliban's return to power in Afghanistan is a tragedy for the Afghan people, and heartbreaking for all of us who supported them over all these years. I am deeply grateful to all who served under the NATO flag. The investment and sacrifices we made were not in vain. For 20 years, no terrorist attacks have been launched from Afghanistan on our countries. And our military presence helped create the conditions for significant social and economic progress. Looking ahead, the international community must preserve these gains and continue to bring Afghans at risk to safety. We must use all the leverage we have to hold the Taliban accountable for their commitments, including on safe passage, human rights, and terrorism. At NATO, I have launched a thorough assessment of our engagement in Afghanistan to learn the lessons, because by learning, we adapt. It is too early to conclude the outcome of this process, but one thing is clear. The crisis in Afghanistan does not change the need for Europe and North America to stand together in NATO. In fact, the need for transatlantic unity is bigger now than it has been at any time since the end of the Cold War. Because the challenges we face are far greater than any country or continent can tackle alone. Russia is responsible for aggressive actions against its neighbors. A massive military build-up from the Barents Sea to the Mediterranean, and attempts to interfere in our democracies. China is assertively using its might to coerce other countries and control its own people. And China is coming closer to us, in Africa, in the Arctic, and in cyberspace. And by investing in our own critical infrastructure, from 5G networks to ports and airports. And other threats are emerging, including cyber attacks, disruptive technologies, nuclear proliferation, and climate change. Brutal terrorism continues to exist as a real threat. So we must continue to strengthen NATO. That is exactly what our leaders decided to do at the summit in June. They agreed NATO 2030, an ambitious agenda for our future security. This includes increasing national resilience to make our societies, infrastructure and supply chains less vulnerable to attacks, boosting our cyber defenses, investing in the latest technologies, and addressing the impact of climate change on our security. Together, we will continue to tackle instability, fight terrorism, and safeguard a rules-based international order by stepping up training and capacity building for partners and deepening our relationship with other countries, international organizations, the private sector, and academic institutions. One partner is of particular importance for our alliance, and we are cooperating ever more closely with the European Union. And I'm glad to be working with President Ursula von der Leyen and President Charles Michel on a new joint statement to further strengthen NATO-EU relations to be ready before the end of this year. I strongly welcome the EU's increased efforts on defense. NATO has been calling on European allies to invest more and provide more high-end capabilities for many years. But these efforts should not duplicate NATO. Our nations have finite resources and only one set of forces. And we need to use them in the best possible way. Delivering on the NATO 2030 decisions requires proper funding. We are on the right track with 7 consecutive years of increased defense spending by European allies and Canada, including by Portugal, as all other European allies. It is essential to keep up this momentum. For this, I count on your continued support, because you are the ones who ultimately decide our defense budgets. It is not only about spending more, it is also about doing so together. More common funding is a force multiplier, an investment in transatlantic unity, and a strong message of our unity and resolve. So we need to increase NATO's common funding based on requirements. Finally, as part of NATO 2030, we also agreed to develop NATO's next strategic concept. It will give us an opportunity to chart the way ahead for the alliance and reaffirm the centrality of the transatlantic bond to our security and our defense. It provides us also with an opportunity to recommit to our core values: democracy, the rule of law, and individual liberty. Our leaders will endorse the next strategic concept at the Madrid summit in 2022. In the meantime, I have started internal consultations with allies on NATO's evolving strategic environment, approach, and priorities. I will also convene seminars in allied capitals to bring together NATO leadership, officials, and expert communities. And I look forward to a robust engagement with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly in the weeks and months ahead. This Parliamentary Assembly has been a strong voice for our democratic values, and we need to recommit to them as we continue to adapt our alliance. And President Connolly and I, we have addressed how we can do this in many meetings, also at our last meeting in Washington at Capitol, and I welcome the fact that initiatives have been taken so we can have a real debate on how can we further strengthen NATO as a tool to uphold our core democratic values. Today, you have agreed important resolutions that will help guide our government and your parliaments as we turn the NATO 2030 decisions into action. Looking ahead, I count on your continued support and engagement to keep the transatlantic bond solid, NATO strong, and our people safe. Thank you, and then I'm ready for all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And thank you, honored guests. Thank you so much for joining us today. As is our practice, and the enormous generosity of our Secretary General in offering his time, let alone his stamina, we are now going to enter a Q&A session with the Secretary General, which I know we all find very helpful. However, I have 11 groups of 3 each to ask questions. And if you use that time to pontificate, we will not get through every question. So I plead with everyone to use their most concise method of asking a question so that we can maximize this time together. And I know you will. Thank you. So the first group, Adjo Silva, the head of the Portuguese delegation, Mimi Cadelli, head of the Albanian delegation, and Karl Lammerts, the head of the German delegation. Mr. Silva, you have the floor. And there are microphones where? On the side. If you will go up to a microphone, that way we can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Secretary General. Vou passar a falar em português.
I will continue in Portuguese. Mr. Speaker of the Portuguese Parliament, Madam Speaker of the House of Representatives, dear colleagues, I would first like to welcome you all and to thank Mr. Secretary General for his presence, and now talking about the revision of the strategic concept. The last revision took place in Lisbon in 2010. Today we face new threats and new challenges. This issue about strategic concept has been at the core of our debates, of our discussions, lively debates, and within this strategic revision there is the issue of the transatlantic relationship. The Secretary General already mentioned that, the transatlantic relationship, but my question is, if this transatlantic relationship, which is crucial since the Washington Treaty 72 years ago, will it remain strong and essential to NATO's organization, or otherwise it will be weakened in the coming times? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mimi Cadelli. Mimi?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Secretary General, good to see you and have you back. Thank you for being here. Dear colleagues. Well, first of all, I'd like to honor and pay tribute to all soldiers, personnel and civilians, both from NATO members and from Afghanistan, who served with dedication, sacrificing their blood and lives during our engagement in Afghanistan. Considering the need for a deep reflection over the reasons of the falling back of the country and the lessons we have to draw from that, my mind goes to our other missions around the world, and more specifically about the one we have right in Europe since more than 20 years, named KFOR, which continues to ensure a safe, secure environment, not only in the Western Balkans. At this point, recalling the ultimatum of that Serbian president has recently given to NATO 24 hours to intervene in case Serbs of Kosovo are threatened before Serbia reacts against its neighboring country, my question would be, what KFOR mission would be in order to seal the peace in the country and prevent it from any threat, including similar to the one intended by me above ultimatum, before it withdraws? Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. And Karl Lammers, head of the German delegation. Karl. Karl?
General, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much, dear Secretary General, for your great work over the past years, and especially during these difficult times. And thank you very much for the trustful cooperation over the last years. The development of the new strategic concept you mentioned will dominate discussions in the coming months. The last summit communique speaks of systemic challenges and competition. My question is, what role can NATO as a defense alliance play in the confrontation with authoritarian regimes and countries like Russia and China? What new aspects must the future strategic concept take up? Thank you.
Thank you, Karl. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you so much. First, to the question from Mr. Silva on the strategic concept. Well, also the current strategic concept is called the Lisbon strategic concept. The next one will be called the Madrid strategic concept. So that's a huge difference, because we're going to adapt the next one at the summit in Madrid. But there will be also other changes, because I think that it is so obvious that so much has happened since we agreed the Lisbon strategic concept back in 2010 in Lisbon. If we read the current strategic concept, which has served us well, we are still also writing about or addressing Russia as a potential strategic partner. That was before Ukraine. We'd hardly mention climate change at all. China is not mentioned with a single word. So, of course, the world has totally changed. We see a much more aggressive Russia, not a strategic partner. Climate change is now on the top of the NATO agenda because it matters for our security. And we see the global balance of power really shifting with the rise of China. These are examples of issues we have to address in the new strategic concept. Then you asked about whether I'm afraid that we will see a weakening of the transatlantic relationship. No, I don't think so. Actually, I am fundamentally an optimist, because I think that if anything, all these changes, the fact that we are faced with more state-to-state rivalry, that we have global competition, makes NATO more important, because we face bigger and more unpredictable security challenges. And therefore, it's obvious for Europe that we need to stand together with North America. But Speaker Pelosi and others from the United States can tell you perhaps that actually in the United States, there is increased support for NATO, a very strong bipartisan support, not least because my feeling is that the United States, they understand that when they see the rise of China, when you see more global competition, then it's very good to have friends. And the United States have 29 friends and allies in NATO, and that is something no other major power has. So I believe that the transatlantic bond is even more needed now, and that's the reason why, despite differences on some issues, allies will be able to strengthen that bond over the Atlantic. Then Mimi Kodelli, first of all, it's always great to see you again. You asked me on Afghan, not on KFOR about KFOR. Well, KFOR will stay, and KFOR plays a very important role in Kosovo, helping not only to keep a safe and secure environment and stability in Kosovo, but also in the broader region by stabilizing Kosovo. And we will, of course, do what we believe is needed according to our mandate, meaning, for instance, that we work very closely with the European Union. We saw some tensions increasing about around some border crossings and related some new requirements on licensing of as a plates for cars. That issue was possible to solve because we had NATO troops, KFOR troops deployed at the border crossings, working together with the EU diplomats. And for me, KFOR is a perfect example on how EU and NATO can work together in addressing a challenge as we face them in Kosovo. Then, Carl Lammers, you asked me about the strategic concept. Well, I've already, in a way, addressed that. I think that the strategic concept, first of all, it is important to have a new strategic concept. But in one way, it's even more important the process that leads up to that strategic concept. Because we need a discussion, we need a real engagement from all capitals, and that's my plan to organize that. So we develop a common understanding on the new security threats and challenges we face. And by developing that common understanding, we are strengthening the unity of this alliance. So the good thing with the strategic concept is not only the language that we finally agree, but the process leading up to that language. So I am looking forward to continue to engage with this assembly as we develop the strategic concept.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I want to congratulate the first three questioners for watching time. Next three questioners, Osman Bak, I think I see Osman there, yeah, from Turkey. Udeki Lune, head of the Estonian delegation, and Ojars Eriks Kalnins, head of the Latvian delegation. Osman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. As you know, Turkey and Russia signed a memorandum for the building of no-conflict zone in Idlib province of Syria in 2017. The main idea behind the memorandum was to cope with humanitarian crisis in the region and ensure the continuance of ceasefire. Until now, Turkey did its best to ensure the ceasefire is respected. But recently, new developments are on the way in the province of Syria that might affect Turkey, Europe, and our alliance. Syrian regime and Russia are turning up the pressure against the civilians in Idlib by continuous campaign of shelling and airstrikes. Idlib is home to approximately 4 million Syrians, and once the truce is broken, they will start flowing to Turkey and Europe. We will witness a new chapter of humanitarian crisis. My question is what our alliance can do to stop the Syrian regime and Russia in Idlib. As you know, Turkey has 4 million Syrian refugees, and after Afghanistan developments, we will have another flow of refugees. So that's why we need support from our allies. Thank you.
Thank you, Osman. Good job in staying in time. Udeki. Where are you?
Oops. Does it? Thank you.
Okay.
Dear Secretary General, thank you for your most interesting speech. And my question relates to the topic that has been extensively discussed here in the past days, namely our future, the revision of NATO's strategic concept. First, I want to stress that NATO is extremely strong and effective on its solid ground of military security in the European theater. Its charter mandates a regional security organization based on mutual solidarity. To be sure, it's written on its very name, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. We are effective because we take care of security of our own homeland. This is our democratic mandate. Ultimately, here we have there have been calls to step out of this charted territory, to take more global posture, and thus act outside of this regional mandate. Mr. Secretary General, would you think that this could give a fantastic opportunity for our critics to raise against us the accusations of colonialism and imperialism? Afghanistan tells us that we are able to provide security anywhere, but we are outgunned by a single political sentence: this is not your home. So let's not ignore this bitter lesson from Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Hideki. And finally, Ojars.
Hello, Mr. Secretary General. Greetings from all your friends in Latvia. We're in the back today. We all agree that it's very important to talk about military mobility in NATO, but I think Afghanistan has demonstrated that we have no plans for civilian mobility at the end of military operations. It appears that there was no consultation between the EU and NATO before the evacuation of troops to provide for logistics and transportation for the thousands of EU civilians who were left stranded. Would you agree that the need for civilian mobility will be the lessons learned from Operation Afghanistan? Thank you.
Thank you, Ojars. Mr. Secretary General.
First, on Syria, so we are of course following the developments and everything that takes place in Syria very closely because it matters for our security. We continue to condemn both the use of violence by the Assad regime. They have used chemical weapons and also the support they receive from Russia. But as you know, NATO is not present on the ground in Syria. We support UN efforts to find a political negotiated solution. I am aware of that some NATO allies are on the ground in Syria, but NATO has so far, and NATO's approach is that we should not have a NATO mission or a NATO presence on the ground in Syria. We support the efforts of the global coalition to defeat Daesh, but without having NATO troops on the ground in Syria. Then on to Estonia. Yes, NATO is a North Atlantic alliance. And I don't think anyone has suggested that we should become a global alliance, meaning that we should open up for membership from Asia or for Africa or for Latin America. NATO, according to the Washington Treaty, consists of North America, Canada and United States, and European allies. That's it. The challenge is that this region, the North Atlantic region, we face global threats. So as a regional alliance, we need to respond to deal with global threats and challenges. So there's no we can say that we're only looking at North America and Europe, because this region live in a dangerous world. And this is not something new. Terrorism has been a global threat for many, many years. And that brought NATO to Afghanistan. It started actually back in the 1990s when we had the brutal civil wars in the Balkans. It was not obvious that NATO should go out of territory, but we went out of territory in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Serbia and ended two brutal ethnic wars. And now we face other global threats. Cyber is global. Everything we see in space, which is great importance for our security, is truly global. And of course, the rise of China matters for our security. There is no way we can say that doesn't matter. We see them trying to control critical infrastructure. We see them in cyberspace. We see them in Africa. And of course, freedom of navigation, the fact that China soon will have the biggest economy in the world, are leading in many advanced disruptive technologies, investing heavily in new nuclear capabilities, are working more and more closely with Russia. All of that makes it impossible for NATO not to address the security impact of the rise of China. So I'm not arguing in favor of NATO becoming a global alliance, meaning that we should members from all over the world and apply Article 5 from countries all over the world, but I'm arguing in favor of that as a regional alliance, we need to deal with global threats. That has been the case for many years, but even more so as we see the global balance of power is shifting.
And Mr. Secretary, if I could just eject, I think there's one of the points you're making. I mean, we don't live in the 19th century anymore. You have to take cognizance. That doesn't mean we directly get involved in, but taking cognizance of the developments in other parts of the world is in our interest. I think, yeah.
Then lastly to Latvia. First of all, for me it is important to state the following. It was difficult to decide the way ahead in Afghanistan. We faced only difficult options. But this idea that we didn't consult is wrong. We had 3 ministerial meetings this spring. We had almost weekly ambassadorial meetings in different NATO committees, discussing the way ahead in Afghanistan. And all allies didn't agree on all the issues, but we consulted. Then the United States made its decision, and after that, all allies agreed that we should end our military presence in Afghanistan. So it's absolutely possible to have different views about whether that was right or wrong. But to say that we didn't consult is factually wrong. We consulted and made a difficult decision together, knowing the risks. It was stated clearly in the meetings, and I actually also stated publicly in the media, that if we leave, there is a risk that Taliban will return. The surprise was not that Taliban returned. What we didn't anticipate was the speed. But we did make that decision because we knew that the alternative to stay most likely would have meant to stay for 10, 20 more years in an open-ended military mission with more casualties of our own troops, but also civilians in Afghanistan. And most likely, we would have been forced to increase the number of troops in Afghanistan. And I will not mention names, but I know countries who were actually on their way out, regardless of the decision. And some have already left. So we were in a decision, we faced this dilemma and we made the hard decision together. Then it was not in vain. We were able to fight terrorism for 20 years. We will continue to be vigilant and do whatever we can to prevent Afghanistan becoming a safe haven for international terrorists. And we will also, of course, support efforts by allies to preserve the gains we made when it comes to also social and economic progress in Afghanistan, and not least the fact that women should continue to get education. On the evacuation, well, I think so the last NATO troops were out of Afghanistan mid-July. We had several hundred civilians at the airport, playing a key role, air traffic controller, providing fuel, communications, running the airport, together with the United States and some other allies who were at the airport. Turkey was there, UK, Norway was operating in a hospital. So NATO allies were there, but they were not under NATO command. They were as individual allies, and NATO played a coordinating role. And of course, the fact that the collapse of Kabul happened so quickly led to the very difficult and chaotic situation in the first days. After that, it was a quite impressive airlift of citizens from NATO countries, including many of them from EU countries. So I think we actually demonstrated that we can work together, European allies, North America, US, and be able to get a lot of people out. More than 120,000 people in such a short period is actually quite impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Group 3, Zaida Cantera from Spain. Theo Franken, Belgium, and Salima Belhaj, the new head of the Netherlands delegation. Zaida.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. El error no está en la decisión, decían los militares, el error está en la ejecución, tal vez. Pero mi pregunta va sobre otra cuestión. Decía.
It's not about the military. We have other aspects. In warfare, you need to be able to combat the enemy without going to war in the first place. We've won the war against terror during the first years in Afghanistan, but we've lost something that is much more important. That's the narrative, the war of narrative, of the message we want to translate, of our values. What does that mean? We have a profound credibility crisis within NATO. The trust that people place in us, and that is not only so in the countries like Afghanistan, where we exited, but also in the neighboring countries of Afghanistan, but also in our own countries. Thus, here comes my question. Our message from NATO to our own audiences to get their support, to neutral audiences to get their support, and vis-à-vis the enemy so that they don't go against us. How can we transmit this message that we're strong in NATO, that we have a commitment, and that we are definitely assertive and resolute? Thank you so much.
Omidab, you had 1 second left. Thank you. Theo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you for being here. I'll make it short. I have 2 questions. Afghanistan was not our best episode in the history of NATO. We're all agreeing on that, I think. First of all, the comeback of Taliban. Why was our intel so bad? Why was our information so bad? They didn't took 20 months to come back and to take the capital. They took 20 days. What went wrong? Why were we not better informed? Second, when do we start a counter-terrorism operation in Afghanistan? Because Al-Qaeda is regrouping on Afghanistan soil, and we need to be ready to counter terrorism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Theo. And finally, Salima.
Dear Secretary of General Stoltenberg, on behalf of the Dutch delegation, I would like to send out a message, and we have a question. First, we are proud of all military, diplomats, civil servants, human rights activists and NGOs who helped out during an unknown crisis and evacuation, saving people, trying to guide people to the Kabul airport. I hope the Secretary General underlines the importance of appreciating those who did everything that was in their power during this evacuation. The image of all those Afghans running with the evacuation planes is an image that we can and should never forget. The desperate Afghans and the fear of terror. We need to learn from this evacuation. So now I'll come to the question a lot of colleagues have. Besides the inquiry into what went wrong and what we can learn, and underline the fact that we emphasize the importance of our NATO relationship, would it be possible to elaborate on how we must deal with the uncomfortable feeling of being left alone by ourselves as European NATO countries? Besides the fact that European NATO countries must try to learn to work together, could you already reflect on the question on what would help to continue to make the NATO relationship stronger? Thank you.
Thank you, Salima. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you so much. They're very relevant and good questions, and you're actually very good at keeping the time limits. The problem is not the questions; the problem is the answers. They are too long. So now you all asked about Afghanistan, so I will try to, in a way, group that together to try to save a bit of time. First of all, I think it's important that we focus on Afghanistan because that was our biggest mission for 20 years, military mission, and of course we really need to have a lessons learned process process. We organize that at NATO. I know that different allies will do the same, and we have to be honest, we have to be frank, we have to be clear-eyed, because we need to learn some serious lessons about what worked and what did not work. And I'm not ready to conclude and to give the final answers on all these aspects. What I say now is more, what should I say, my thinking, my reflections, but I stand ready to adjust my analysis as we move forward with the lessons learned project. First, on the credibility. Sometimes I think we have to remind ourselves why we went in. We invoked Article 5 to protect the United States and all other allies against terrorist threats. That was the reason we went in. And actually, that task, on that task, we achieved a lot. We degraded Al-Qaeda, and we have prevented Afghanistan being a platform where terrorist organizations can train, organize, plan, finance terrorist attacks against our own countries. That's not a small thing to achieve, it's a big thing. We have achieved that for 20 years. Now the task is to stay vigilant, be coordinated, put pressure on the Taliban regime, but also be ready to strike from distance if needed to prevent Afghanistan again becoming a safe haven. So task number one, fight international terrorism. We didn't fail, actually we achieved the goal. The challenge is to preserve that. Then we had this state-building effort. And then I think it's important to remember that was an effort not only by NATO. Actually, NATO played a minor role. It was an effort by the whole international community. The UN, the EU, individual NATO allies. I was at that time Prime Minister of Norway when we sent in development aid workers and a lot of people helped them to build state institutions, fight corruption, modernize their whole society. Well, we were not able to do that because we saw the collapse of the state institutions like that. So there are some serious lessons to be learned about nation building. But that's lessons to be learned, yeah, for NATO, but also for the whole of the rest of the international community who actually were more deeply involved in that part of the task than NATO. So that's a lesson learned that we need to do as EU, as UN, as individual NATO allies. And of course, NATO should be part of it, but this is much more than NATO. On that, I would say that much has been lost when it comes to democracy, rule of law, and those efforts in Afghanistan. But some of those social and economic gains have not been lost. The education that millions of people have received is still there. They can still read and write, and we should continue to do whatever we can to use support for NGOs, for private organizations to continue to provide support to education, social and economic progress in Afghanistan. Then maybe I don't fully understand, but you see, Europeans were left alone. So we all helped to evacuate each other. First of all, there were many European, the evacuation, yes, it was a very, chaotic and difficult situation the first 2-3 days. But after that, it was actually quite impressive that the effort, very much because of the United States, but also the effort by many other allies, that we were able to get so many people out. UK deployed a significant number of troops, getting people out, not only British citizens, but European, and from many other countries, including Afghans. As I said, Norway was running a hospital at the airport, critical for the whole operation. NATO civilian staff were running actually the airport, helping allies out from all countries. And Turkey played also a key role at the airport. And I also know that Germany, Spain, many other countries, the Netherlands sent in planes and helped to evacuate. So for me, Also, it was a tragedy what happened with the Taliban takeover and their lives lost also at the airport. But it was a demonstration of what we can do together when North America and Europe stand together and conduct a big operation as that airlift was. So this notion that in a way someone was left alone, it's not correct. We did it together. So that's my I think it's important because I think it is dangerous if we now start to talk as if we in a way only took out some citizens from some nations and actually took out everyone. The challenge now is the Afghans at risk. We were able to get out thousands, but there are thousands more who have supported us, worked with us over all these years. NATO allies have provided have received a lot of support from Afghans, and we need to continue. And I welcome the efforts by several allies to continue to get people out, because that's the least we owe them, is to continue to help them. Then, to try to be short, I will just answer one more aspect of this Afghan question on intelligence. I receive a lot of intelligence, and in my previous life, I received a lot of economic forecast, because then I was, as I told the Prime Minister of Norway, for instance, we studied the oil market very carefully. And I'm very impressed. All the numbers and all the figures and all the facts I can get, but still I'm not able to predict the oil price. And intelligence is a bit the same. You can get a lot of facts about the strength of the Taliban, where they are, what kind of weapon systems. You can get numbers for the Afghan security forces. But what is hard to predict is the political dynamic, what happens at the top, and the political processes at the top in the Afghan government. And we saw a rapid collapse of the political leadership in Afghanistan, and that led to the collapse of the defense of Kabul and the rest of Afghanistan. There were many brave Afghan soldiers, but without leadership, without logistics, without ammunition, fuel, the whole thing collapsed. And that was very hard to predict. Well, part of the lessons learned should be to how can we look into that, but it doesn't change the main issue. Was it right or wrong to leave? And allies agreed that the time had come to leave, and I didn't sense any, as I say, great interest among European allies to fill the void after the United States, which I fully understand, because we went in, because they are an attack on the United States. Article 5 was not invoked to protect Afghanistan, it was invoked to protect our nations. We fought terrorism, and then when the United States decided to end its military mission, then we all left after close consultations.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Footnote, we had reports that a number of Afghan military units had not received pay for 7 months. And if those reports are true, it makes you wonder, well, more than wonder, what was going on. Lots of money pouring into the central government. I don't mean that as a criticism of NATO. That if you're wondering why were people bought off by the Taliban, well, if you're not being paid for 7 months and you're a soldier on the field putting your life on the line, that might help explain it. Group number 4, Przemysław Czarnecki from Poland, Alex Sherrilbrook from the United Kingdom, and Linda Sanchez from the United States. Mr. Czarnecki. Mr. Czarnecki, are you here?
Yeah, he's not there.
What's that?
Mr. Alec is, I don't see him, he's not there.
He's not there.
He's not there.
Okay. Alec Silver.
Thank you, Mr. President. Secretary General, you quite rightly made the point that the strategic concept is more about the negotiations and build-up that come before that is published. And within that, it needs to be recognised that there is now a fundamental shift in how military allies have operated up to now. PESCO has many positive aspects to it in increasing the investment of European nations into defence procurement and the ability to operate. But it also creates a new political concept. And that potentially in the future could create a tension that may not be able to do operations if certain countries don't want to take part, which has been an acceptable part of NATO. So therefore, could I ask you about the strategy which needs to be employed leading up to the strategic concept being published to establish protocols which can easily be solved at this point to ensure that those issues do not become a problem at the time when we need to be able to move quickly?
Thank you, Alec. Linda.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Mr. Secretary General. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us this morning. NATO is a political military alliance built on a foundation of the democratic principles that are enshrined in NATO's founding treaty. But as I'm sure you're aware, we're facing growing competition from authoritarian regimes that explicitly challenge these principles. And we in the Assembly think that it's vital that the alliance take steps to bolster our own commitment to democracy, individual liberty, and rule of law. And as we sadly learned on January 6th, nobody is immune from these challenges. The Assembly has proposed the creation of a Center for Democratic Resilience at NATO headquarters to monitor the health of our democracies and to provide support to allies who seek to strengthen democratic institutions. My question for you is, what is your view of the Assembly's proposal, and how can member states put this on the agenda of the new strategic concept, given that it is in line with the principles of the Brussels 2021 communique? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Penetrating question. Mr. Secretary General.
On PESCO, my overall message is that I support EU efforts on defense, especially when it comes to developing new capabilities, as long as these capabilities, of course, are owned by the nations and are available for also NATO operations. More than 90% of the people living in the European Union, they live in a NATO country, and we have only one set of forces, and therefore we must make sure that these new capabilities are available also, of course, to NATO. But that has been stated again and again from the European Union and from all European allies that that's the case. So given that, I'm strongly in favor of PESCO and the European Defence Fund because they are tools that can help European allies to develop new capabilities. Something which NATO has been asking for many, many years. Then, of course, we also would like to prevent those mechanisms to create new barriers between NATO allies. And therefore, in our dialogue with the European Union, we have highlighted again and again the need to really look into the details, and there are many details here, but that we ensure as far as possible that non-EU allies can be included, and that they can, for instance, develop the projects where Canada and the EU member are going together, so we don't create new barriers between NATO allies and the EU members. So I don't know if your question was about that. Then my answer is that we should welcome these tools, but we should ensure that it's not duplicating or competing with or creating new barriers against those NATO allies who are not EU members. Then on the democratic resilience coordination center. First of all, I think it is extremely important that you raise that issue. How can NATO do more to stand up for and protect our core values? Because we see that these values are under pressure and threat in some NATO allied countries. And of course, the most shocking example was what we saw the 6th of January in Washington. Because a peaceful transition of power is the core idea of any democracy. And when that is challenged, of course, that's an attack on the heart, the core of any democratic institution in any democratic country, and this was the United States, the biggest ally. But I think it was also regarded as an attack on the whole idea that NATO is based on democracy, the rule of law, and individual liberty. I also believe that the new strategic concept is a way for us to recommit, but also step up when it comes to addressing our democratic values, and we should also work on your proposal. But as you know, for that to be agreed, we need consensus. So sometimes it takes some time to get consensus, but that's for all of us and all those who are engaged to work with the member states. And then at the end of the day, it will be 30 allies that decide whether we are able to agree on this or not.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Group number 5, we have Velizar Shalamanov, head of the Bulgarian delegation, Christian Tybran-Gedi, head of the Norwegian delegation, and Andronios Zubalis, head of the Lithuanian delegation. Velizar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your leadership of the many years after 2014. That was the turning point for NATO, especially in Eastern Europe. What was achieved with not only Readiness Action Plan, but many other initiatives. But still we experience dependence in defense from Russia that is absolutely unacceptable and creates vulnerabilities. So in this context, what could we do more as alliance to cut this dependence that creates unacceptable vulnerabilities, and how could we use common funding and NATO agencies in order to improve resilience in the Black Sea region? I just want to add that in Afghanistan there are many lessons, but one positive lesson is that NATO agencies, both NSPA and NCIA, were very instrumental in supporting the efforts of NATO nations. So maybe we could use this in Eastern Europe as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Velizar. Christian.
General and dear Jens, we know each other from Norway. My question is about Taiwan and China. We've seen Chinese provocation towards Taiwan the last month as being steadily worse, and also we had the bombers going there with nuclear weapons passing through our tiny Taiwan airspace. We're talking about strategic concept. China is not waiting for a strategic concept. Taiwan is not cannot afford to wait for a strategic concept. And strategic concept is just it's not just talk, but it's on the paper. It's written on the paper, and it doesn't really help either of Taiwan for defending Taiwan. So my question is, what is actually NATO's role in defending Taiwan against China, and what is NATO now doing to prepare or have a contingency plan to help Taiwan in case it's going to be a military challenge there in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you. Audronius.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Secretary General, first of all, I would like to say about so-called trust crisis to NATO. At least in my country, in Lithuania, where NATO is among the most trusted organizations, and the NATO forward troops presence are very much respected in Lithuania. But, Secretary General, discussing the alliance future, we cannot avoid the question of its enlargement. But we must admit that some NATO countries are skeptical about NATO's enlargement and often used so-called explanation that we should not provoke Russia. Secretary General, could you name advantages that alliance enlargement might bring? And how do you understand the phrase, not provoke Russia? Does it mean that Russia has a veto power to enlargement? Thank you.
Thank you, Adronis. Good questions. Mr. Secretary General.
Okay, first on Bulgaria and common funding and how to deal with a more aggressive Russia. Well, I think what we have seen since 2014 is a fundamental shift in NATO. Our resources and our efforts have actually been taken away from, or we are reduced how much we allocate to big combat operations out of NATO territory for different reasons. We have to remember that we had more than 130,000 people in Afghanistan, or troops there, not so long ago. Now we are down to 0. We have also reduced some other big operations and missions outside NATO territory. Instead, we have seen a significant build-up of collective defense in Europe. With, for the first time in our history, battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance, high readiness of our forces, tripling the size of the NATO response force, increased spending for 7 consecutive years. Also, before 2014, European allies were cutting defense budgets for years after years. Now all allies have increased defense spending for 7 years, added 260 billion extra. This is a huge reinforcement of our collective defense, the biggest since the end of the Cold War. So this is a fundamental shift. And this is about NATO's credibility, and it demonstrates our willingness to stand together and support each other. Common funding is part of that, because common funding is only a tiny fraction of total defense spending, but that is what we are spending together. That can provide key enablers, money for pre-positioned equipment, for more exercises, air defense, these kind of stuff that can bind NATO allies together and demonstrate our unity and our resolve. That actually is a force multiplier. And that's the reason why heads of state and government decided at their summit that we should do more on all 3 budgets, the civilian budget, on the defense investment budget, and also the military budget. We'll come back to the requirements and the concrete proposals by the summit next year, but we are working on that now. Then, Christian, or Norway, you are completely right that, of course, the strategic concept, that's words. But words matters because it defines and clarifies the direction for our travel, what we want to obtain, and that is important. If we have very strong military capabilities, but not the political will to use them, then those military capabilities are useless. So we need both the capabilities, but also the resolve, the unity, and the clear direction. And the strategic concept, that helps to create that unity, which is so important for credible deterrence and defense, which is the combination of resolve and capabilities. But of course, strategic concept alone is not enough. Taiwan is not a NATO member. They will never become a NATO member. NATO is an alliance for Europe and North America. But of course, we see a China which is behaving in a more coercive way against neighbors. We see what they do in the South China Sea, also undermining the freedom of navigation, and we see also China and Russia operating more and more closely together. So all of this matters for NATO, and that's the reason why we need to invest more in technology. That's the reason why we have to work more closely with our Asia-Pacific partners, as we also decided at the summit, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. And that's the reason why we need to, for instance, invest more in our resilience of our societies. So we are doing a lot, which is about how to adapt to a world where the global balance of power is shifting and China is rising, and I'm certain that we'll continue to step up. Then on the enlargement and this idea of enlargement will provoke Russia. First of all, it is an absolutely and fundamental principle that every sovereign nation has the right to decide its own path. So whether a nation would like to become a member of NATO or not is up to that nation to decide. And of course, it is for that nation and the NATO allies to decide whether the aspirant nation meet the standards to become a NATO member. Russia has not a veto, and Russia must never get the veto. because it's about respecting the sovereignty of every nation to decide its own future. And I say this also knowing that, of course, Russia always tries to say that it's a provocation. Yeah, when for instance the Baltic countries and Poland joined, they said that was a provocation. But I'm very glad that we had the strength in our country to say that they are welcome. And I can speak, sometimes I use my own country. When Norway joined in 1949, Norway is a border country of Russia or the Soviet Union at that time. Stalin warned heavily against. He didn't want Norway to join. But because Washington, London, Paris, all the other capitals in what was done as the founding members of NATO said, Norway is welcome, even though they border Russia and Russia don't like it. I'm very glad that that was the approach at that time. So it's for NATO allies to decide when the aspirant countries, for instance, Georgia and Ukraine, meet the NATO standards and are ready to join the alliance, no one else.
Good point. Group number 6, Zdrava Busic, acting Croatian delegation.
Délégation de Croatie.
Claes Bauer, deputy head and acting head of the French delegation, and Athanasios Davakis, deputy head of the Greek delegation. Zdrava.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have 2 questions, and I'll try to be very brief. Mr. Secretary General, as an active member of NATO, Croatia guards and promotes the values this organization stands for. Having said that, Croatia is concerned that our neighbor, Bosnia and Herzegovina, did not make much progress on her path towards NATO membership. In this vacuum, Mr. Secretary General, others are watching for the right opportunity. President of our Parliamentary Assembly, Honorable Connolly, in his address this morning said, and I'll quote, that NATO is going to go for strategic concepts, clear commitments, and for rededication of NATO for democratic transformation. Bosnia and Herzegovina badly needs all of these. Let us apply them to this country in our immediate neighborhood. Second question is about the recent developments in Kosovo and Montenegro, Montenegro being a member of NATO. How closely is NATO following these developments in this very strategic area? Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Zdrava, and you have 8 seconds left. Great job. Philippe Michel.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues. The AUKUS context is what leads me to take the floor today. You know this context, so I won't get back to that. Let me tell you, though, that it's not about a sudden end to an industrial contract between allies. It leads to vulnerabilities. The French defense industry is performing well and it is resistant, so it will overcome this challenge. The presidents of France and the United States have taken the floor. They have talked about the way ahead. This is now to be implemented. It is up to each of us to contribute to this way ahead because, of course, these words spoken by allied presidents have a weight and importance for all of us. Secretary of State Blinken has already started to implement the words uttered by the presidents. They have spoken about a stronger and more capable European defense that positively contributes to the global transatlantic security, and it is complementary to NATO. Mr. Secretary General, what divides us weakens us. Our democracies face threats in their own allied countries, and this is a source of worry. It is the same for the weakening of norms. I'm thinking here of nuclear proliferation and the non-compliance with Article 4 at several times in the past years. Don't you think that this is more important than the Europeans' will to contribute greater to their own security, their commitment commitment towards protecting the Euro-Atlantic space, hasn't the time now come to realize what is obvious and to fully dedicate ourselves to overcome the contemporary challenges we face?
Thank you, Felipe. Athanasios.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, with the NATO 2030 agenda, the Alliance has taken important steps to leverage the power of the private sector with projects such as the Defence Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic. Cooperation with the private sector is, however, also important in another context, that of increasing our resilience against cyber attacks and cyber terrorism. What step is NATO taking? This is my question. What step is NATO taking or planning to take to assist and speed up the process of securing critical infrastructure in member states, particularly those systems controlled by private sector entities against cyber attacks and cyber terrorism? Thank you.
Thank you, Athanasius. Mr. Secretary General.
So first, on Bosnia and Herzegovina, we strongly support their efforts to reform and modernize their country. We work with them, we provide them support. But of course, we see that there are huge challenges in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but we will continue to provide support and help. Then on Kosovo, as I said, we are absolutely present in Kosovo. We have a KFOR presence with about 3,000–4,000 NATO troops. They have been important for many years, but they continue to be important, not least now with the new agreement where KFOR, NATO, took responsibility to control some of the disputed or some of the border crossings where we had some disputes related to crossings from Serbia into Kosovo and the other way around, also from Kosovo into Serbia. And I think it also demonstrates a very good way of NATO-EU cooperation, what we achieved there, and we strongly support the continued efforts within the EU-facilitated dialogue between Pristina and Belgrade. Then on also to France. Well, also, first of all, I very much welcome the joint statement between President Biden and President Macron. I'm also absolutely confident that the allies involved in this will find a way forward. It is not the first time we have some differences between allies. We just have to prevent that this becomes a dispute or a rift in the transatlantic alliance. I, of course, understand that France is disappointed, but we should prevent this from becoming an issue that creates a more deep and lasting rift in the relationship between allies, and especially between North America and Europe. And the AUKUS deal is not directed against Europe or NATO. It is a deal between two NATO allies, the United States and the United Kingdom, with a close partner, Australia. Again, I understand France is disappointed, but I also strongly believe that allies are agreeing, or they agree on the big picture, that we need to stand together and we need to step up our cooperation with the countries in the Asia-Pacific, like Australia. We agreed to that at the summit in June. We need to deliver on that, on maritime security, on cyber, and many other areas where we can work together with these countries. And then I think it's a responsibility for all allies that all allies, when there are differences, and there will be differences also in the future, that we try to solve them bilaterally without bringing all the difficulties into NATO, because we need to prove in the future, as we have proven over more than 7 decades, that yes, we are 30 different allies from both sides of the Atlantic, with different parties, different culture, different history, but we are able to agree around the core task, standing together, North America and Europe, and I'm absolutely confident that we will be able to do that also in the future. Then Greece. resilience. Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the main messages in NATO 2030, and also some of the one of the most important decisions we made at the NATO summit was that we have to strengthen further what we call resilience guidelines, as guidelines for critical infrastructure, including cyber, to make sure that we have critical infrastructure that can operate in peace, crisis, and conflict. And we see more hybrid attacks, we see more cyber attacks. What NATO has done is to significantly strengthen our cyber defenses. We share best practices among NATO allies. We conduct big exercises, and we will continue to work together. I also believe strongly that the 5G discussion was a kind of turning point in NATO, because not so many years ago, many allies thought that 5G that was only a commercial thing that had nothing to do with security. We had some very frank and good discussions at NATO, and now allies have realized that 5G is actually essential for our security. And not many of them have chosen a Chinese provider of 5G networks. We have been able to find other solutions, and that demonstrates that NATO is a platform also to address these kind of threats and challenges we see related to, for instance, critical infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and we're halfway through. I want to thank you for your stamina. We have two questions in Group 7. Paolo Formentini, from Deputy Head of the Italian delegation, and Zsolt Nemet, Deputy Head of the Hungarian delegation. Paolo.
Thank you. In my personal opinion, European leaders keep stressing the importance of the transatlantic bond, but sadly, facts are different. Today, we celebrate the Italian-American heritage, remembering Grand Admiral Columbus, a true symbol of transatlantic unity. But are Europeans' public opinions still really committed to this relationship, unique link? Strategic autonomy of Europe means leaving US alone in the containment of China? Isn't it wiser to reinforce Europe inside NATO instead of duplicating NATO? Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. And Zsolt.
President, Secretary General, I would like to greet all of you colleagues in the name of the Hungarian delegation. And my question relates to the Western Balkans in general. Secretary General, there is another mission which has 20 years past, and that is the involvement of us in the stabilization of the Western Balkans, which is still going on and which might be successful. I am very proud that Hungary has just taken over the command of KFOR, and we have hundreds of Hungarian troops participating in the last 20 years in that mission. And my question is, Secretary General, do you find relevant the open door and the enlargement policy in the peace and democracy and the stabilization of the Western Balkans? And if yes, how do you and what do you think about the joint statement between NATO and EU you are planning to sign in the near foreseeable future? Should it relate the enlargement and the stabilization of Western Balkans? What is your opinion about this question?
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary General.
Okay, now I start with the last one. Yes, of course, open door matters for the Western Balkans. and we have demonstrated that over the last few years. First of all, we have countries also like Slovenia and Croatia. Sometimes I know they are not referring to themselves as Western Balkans, but Southeast Europe. But they have been members for many years. But over the last few years, we have actually been able to get 2 new members from the Western Balkans. That's Montenegro and North Macedonia, and that's a big achievement. That's good for these 2 countries. It's good for NATO, and it demonstrates that our door is open. NATO's door is open. It's not only something we say. We have actually been able to enlarge our alliance with new members from that region over the last few years. We will continue to work for enlargement, but as I said, to become a member, we need consensus in NATO, and we need the aspirant countries to meet the NATO standards, and we are working on that with Georgia, with Ukraine, and also with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then on strategic autonomy and the European defence. Well, I think that part of this discussion is sometimes a bit difficult, because I think people mean different things with the same words. So, for instance, for me, I always say that I support European defence. I support European defence efforts as long as they happen within the NATO framework. So, but other times you get the impression that a strategic autonomy or European defence with the capital E and D is something outside, alternative to NATO, and that I don't support. It has been stated again and again for European leaders that they don't want to do something outside NATO. But for instance, NATO, as a precondition for any stronger European efforts on defence, is to spend more. There is no way you can get more European defence without European allies spending more. And there is one institution that has been pushing for more European defence spending for years, and that is NATO. Actually, we made a decision at the NATO summit in Wales in 2014, where we called on all European allies and Canada to step up. The good news is that after that NATO decision, European allies have started to invest more. So that's more European defence, because you're going to get more money, stronger defence budgets, then you can buy more capabilities and exercise your forces more. That's stronger European defence. But not despite of NATO, but because of NATO. Because NATO was actually the organization that pushed. It was President Obama, then later President Trump, and then now President Biden, and the whole of NATO has been very clear about the need for European allies to invest more. Second, NATO has also been pushing very hard for more European efforts on capabilities, because European allies need more high-end capabilities, drones, planes, many other things. The challenge, I think I mentioned that for some of you before, is that there's a challenge of the fragmentation of the European defense industry. In the United States, they have many thousands of battle tanks, and they're only one type. In Europe, we have fewer battle tanks, and we have 9 different types. So the economy of scale is almost non-existent. The cost of spare parts, training, maintenance, development, all of that is much higher. So if Europe, with the European Defence Fund, with PESCO, can overcome some of the fragmentation of the European defence industry, that will be a big advantage for European defence, for NATO, for all of us. So, and NATO is actually trying to push for that. What we must avoid is duplication. The backbone of NATO is the command structure, and we cannot have 2 command structures. The other, and of course, the main responsibility for NATO is Article 5. We cannot have 2 collective defence clauses, because then if a NATO EU ally is attacked, then there will be a big discussion as whether the EU or NATO should come to rescue. That can be no doubt about that. And again, I know that this has been it's clearly not intent, but of course, EU cannot defend Europe because 80% of NATO's defense expenditure comes from non-EU allies. And you can also only look at geography. Norway and Iceland in the north, Turkey in the south, and the west, US, Canada, and UK, they are all important for the defense of Europe. So we are 30 allies, some EU members, some not, who have decided that we should protect and defend each other. And then we should do it together, not start to establish groups within that, because that will undermine the trust that 30 allies have in each other. But my main message is that I'm confident that this is not the goal, because Europe and North America, we are the most successful alliance, but then we have to stand together, and that must be the case also in the future.
There has been no putsch. The president has not been assassinated, but I've received a battlefield commission. Oh. It also leaves me with a slightly unpleasant task of announcing that Group 8 will, I fear, have to be the last group. And I apologize to those who may be disappointed. And my second piece of instruction is that we must finish by 11:50. So that imposes discipline on all of us, not least me in my introduction. So the next questions will be for Michael Zerber, Deputy Head of the Polish delegation, Andrea Gorgia Orsini, member of the Italian delegation, and Ana Miguel dos Santos, member of the Portuguese delegation. Michel Zerber, please.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Secretary General, Belarus must remain a priority on the international agenda. That's why our committee has prepared a report on Belarus that will be accepted by the Assembly. The crisis in Belarus following the rigged presidential election is deepening. There are now more than 800 political prisoners. The regime has orchestrated a hijacking of a commercial Ryanair flight. At the NATO summit in June, allies stated that their deep concern about the recent developments and pledged their support for a democratic, sovereign and stable Belarus. Last month, the Lukashenko regime, likely with the support of Russia, has enhanced hybrid activities against alliance members. One of these is manufacturing a recent migrant crisis. Lukashenko has encouraged hundreds of non-Belarusian migrants to cross the border into EU territory, forcing Poland, for instance, to issue a state of emergency in a border area. Mr. Secretary General, do you agree that NATO needs to account for a broad range of contingencies to ensure credible deterrence? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that and for keeping to the speed limit. Now, Andrea Gorgia Orsini, member of the Italian delegation.
Speak in Italian. Signor Segretario Generale. Please. Use the headphone.
Okay.
Signor Segretario.
Mr. Secretary General, I'd like to go back once again to the topic raised by my colleague, Mr. Formentini, a few minutes ago. Europe's strategic autonomy, aka a European common defense. As you yourself were mentioning, there are a number of ambiguities, even in terms of terminology. We often use the same terms with different meanings in mind. And this creates a climate of suspicion on both sides of the Atlantic, which on the one hand leads the U.S. To seeing the idea of common European defense as an attempt to shrink from strategic cooperation within the Atlantic Alliance. And on the other hand, some European countries think that the alliance is an obstacle when it comes to Europe's desire to equip itself with a common defense structure. You were mentioning a number of reasons, including economies of scale, and therefore Europe has to work on finding a common defense structure, which has to take place within the framework of the Atlantic Alliance. So my question is, how can we overcome these political and cultural misunderstandings which have emerged on this topic. It's not just a matter of resources to allocate for our defense. I think it's a broader issue regarding how allies understand one another. Thank you.
And finally, Ana Miguel dos Santos, member of the Portuguese delegation.
Thank you, President Lord Campbell. What an honor. First of all, let me greet everyone here present, and especially to Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to be in my country, Portugal. What an honor for us. So, at one of the most important moments of our recent history, when we all face challenges, social, economic, and health, reflecting on the organization must be a moment of rebirth for an alliance between peoples who nurture a common idea, peace. Is therefore an important moment to talk about the need to strengthen the political dimension as a way to reach consensus, but also to strengthen the organization's relationship with citizens. Intensify empathy with citizens is a way to achieve greater social acceptance. That's why I ask you, do you not consider these two dimensions, social and political, important to improve public perception and greater acceptance by citizens of NATO's mission and role, and also as a way to fight misinformation? Thank you.
Secretary General.
I can start with the last one. Also, absolutely, I think it's a very important thing to strengthen NATO as a political alliance, also to communicate what we do. And NATO has been and continue to be a military political alliance. Our main task is to preserve peace, and of course, any social progress is totally dependent on that we are able to live in peace. So there's a close connection between NATO as a military alliance and NATO as an alliance that help people to strive for a better life and to make social and economic progress. And maybe we should be better at communicating this. And again, I hope that the strategic concept process in itself can help to convey this narrative. Then there have been actually several questions about credibility and trust and so on. Of course, it varies, but we follow the public support to NATO very thoroughly, very closely, and the main picture is that throughout the alliance, there's record high support for NATO. If you ask people, will you vote in favor of leaving or in favor of staying in NATO, there is a huge majority across the whole alliance. So yes, we have problems, and yes, there are issues and differences, and something doesn't go as well as we planned. But overall message is that NATO is a strongly supported organization with high credibility, both in North America and in Europe. Then I will do Belarus. And also the question from Poland. Well, we are of course we are monitoring what is going on there on the border between Belarus and Poland, Lithuania, Latvia. This has been addressed in NATO several times, and we also see how, in a way, the regime in Minsk, President Lukashenko, is using migrants as an instrument, and we also deployed something called some experts to Lithuania to help Lithuania to deal with and respond to what we have seen. So of course this is something we will monitor closely as it develops and stay ready to support and work with allies most affected. Then the question about strategic autonomy. No, I think you're absolutely right that there is some ambiguity, and phrases are interpreted, are understood in different ways. Sometimes, if my impression is that then the president is coming. So yeah, Mr. President. Good to see you again. Yeah. Well, as I said, if this means more European spending on defense, it's not only something we are not against, we are heavily in favor. We have been pushing for that for many years. If it means more European defense capabilities, heavily in favor, pushing it for many years. But if it means to start to build a kind of alternative command structure, that will weaken NATO and actually undermine the whole backbone on a NATO, which is a command structure that gathers, rallies 30 allies together. We exercise, we operate together. If we have two half-full or half-manned command structures, that's neither good for Europe nor good for the rest of NATO. So anything that competes, overlaps, is not good. And I know that some allies, also some allies outside the EU, they are a bit. They're also afraid of the narrative. Perception matters, because we are actually 30 allies who have decided that we will protect and defend each other. And that's actually to really offering and making sacrifices in the defense of each other. And then if they get the impression that there are 22 of them who are going to kind of build their own club, that undermines that trust. And especially when the narrative is that we should go alone. I don't think the United States should not go alone. Europe should not go alone. We should go together. Strategic solidarity, that's what NATO is about, that we protect each other. And anything that can undermine that perception is not good for the whole idea of standing together in a very successful alliance. If this is about EU's ability to deploy some forces in some operations in Africa or somewhere else, not a problem. You already do that. But I know that some allies, they think that strategic is not about small operations. Strategic is about the big things. It sounds like the big. And actually in NATO, strategic is nuclear. So strategic is normally thought about as some of the big issues, not the small operations. And autonomy sounds like alone. So I don't know exactly what that phrase means, but I only know that some allies think that this means that someone is planning to do big things alone, without the whole alliance. I strongly believe European allies should do more, invest more capabilities, more planes, more helicopters, all of that, but not outside, but inside the NATO family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Listening to what you just said, I am reminded of Benjamin Franklin, one of the great American figures of the Revolutionary War. And he once said about the American colonies in revolution, he said, "We must hang together or we will most assuredly hang separately." So I think your point is very well taken. Mr. Secretary General, thank you so much for such an enlivening and enlightening willingness to listen to our concerns and answer our questions as forthrightly as you have. Your candor and your stamina and appreciation of this dynamic with parliamentarians who ultimately do determine our respective national participation in NATO is deeply appreciated. You've been a great friend, and we deeply appreciate your role, and we very much respect it, and you. Thank you for being with us again. We have been privileged by our host, Portugal, to honor us with so many eminent presences. And we have now been joined by the President of Portugal, Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa. And we're so delighted to have the President, and we will now receive remarks from the President. Welcome.
Parliamentary Assembly, General Connolly, Sr. Presidente da Assembleia da República,
President of the Portuguese Parliament,
NATO parliamentary committees, heads and members of NATO military committees, distinguished speakers and guests, dear allies. 5 very short preliminary forwards. First, to welcome you, as the President of the Parliament and the Prime Minister have already done it earlier on, to Lisbon. Today, more than ever, Atlantic capital of Europe, recognized transatlantic bridge, a very ecumenical platform between oceans, continents, cultures, and civilizations. Second, to congratulate all the speakers for their rich and diverse contributions, enabling strategic thinking and policy making of NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Third, to thank the Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, whom I recently had the honor of invite to attend a meeting of the Portuguese Council of State, for his clever, steady, resilient, and reliable leadership in such a complex and unpredictable time in global geopolitics. Fourth, to stress the very symbolic presence of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States of America Congress, Nancy Pelosi, who did not forget to speak of women's intervention and role in NATO and in the world. Symbolic as a political commitment of American legislators to NATO, and as a gesture of profound cooperation with all allies, parliaments, and representatives of the Euro-Atlantic people. Fifth, to recall Portugal's long-lasting, immutable loyalty to NATO, founding member in 1949, and from 1955 in this assembly, active player in drafting every strategic concept, ally in good and bad times, supportive of all decisions and dependable for all missions, military and peacekeeping until now and forever, not depending upon presidents, parliamentary majorities or governments. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, in a complex and difficult time of multipolarism without multilateralism, dangerous erosion of democracies, limited initial response of international organizations and states to the pandemic crisis, asymmetric recovery of economies and societies, and also recent internal different approaches and embarrassing, not to say the least, fallout of Afghanistan, with insufficient dialogue amongst allies, we must be able to send strong and clear messages now and mostly in Madrid. First one, a strong and clear message of cohesion, unity, and solidarity, based on our values, freedom and democracy. NATO needs it. The world needs it. Second, a strong and clear message on the parameters to continue to address the challenges posed by a more assertive Russian Federation, namely in energy, particularly gas, cyber, and political issues to the Euro-Atlantic and Euro-African areas. Reality imposes it, present balance of power advises it. Third, a strong and clear message on the active perception of new threats of terrorism to international peace and stability, with direct and indirect effects in Euro-Atlantic geostrategic space. Any stable international order makes it an unavoidable priority, and withdrawal from Afghanistan, leaving human rights at stake and uncertain situations behind, could upgrade this priority. Fourth, a strong and clear message on a renewed challenge called China, defining fields of dissent, fields of competition, and fields of selective dialogue and engagement. Future, and who knows how rapid, bipolarization inside the multipolarism calls for it. Fifth, a strong and clear message of recognition of the vital role of all NATO's partnerships, reconciling NATO regional vocation with surroundings and neighborhoods, but also with global focus. This is true in the western, northern, and eastern flanks, as it is more and more in the southern flank. Sahel, Central Africa, other vulnerable and stateless territories. This meaning Africa, now and in the future, as an epicenter of Islamic terrorism, with a Russian Federation back there. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, allow me just to develop two key ideas of our so much needed first message: cohesion, unity, and solidarity. First, the relationship between NATO and the European Union. Europe and the United States have walked side by side in the stability of liberal order, in the successful expansion of democracies, in regulating economic and technological globalization, in managing the international peace and security environment, even with ups and downs in climate issue. The success of this alliance over the last 7 decades can be measured by the economic and social development of its people, the consolidation of their democratic systems, the empowerment of multilateral organizations, the strengthened institutional dynamics which we are resistant to more aggressive shocks and competition. NATO has successfully resisted all this while enabling the formation and enlargement of the European Union. We must not forget it. We owe a lot to NATO when speaking of European Union. So there is no reason why we should be tempted to weaken this transatlantic link, when what really matters is to strengthen it, reinventing answers to new common problems, not mistaking arrogance for power, nor illusory self-sufficiency for aspirations of regional autonomy or need of a stronger European pillar. Improving our information and our forecasting capacity, in particular where we have intervened and have intervened for a long time, like Afghanistan. Realigning positions when some try to divide us, and bringing institutions closer to citizens. This is where my comment is directed precisely to this Parliamentary Assembly. Discreet but precious. And this is the second key idea. I look at NATO not only as the most solid military alliance in history, but also as the most consistent pluralist security community in living memory. This political, ideological dimension largely explains the durability of the Atlantic Alliance and the phases of reconfiguration through which it has gone. The truth, the matter is that we, allies and other partners, have been able to build similar political systems, drivers of deeper and more enduring rapprochement, based on mutual trust and on internal political and economic procedures with which we identify. We are linked by a we feeling, a sense of solidarity and collective identity. NATO has ended up reflecting the advantage to its own longevity of incorporating both democracies with solid, long-lasting parliaments and new democracies, while solidifying the foundations of those same domestic political systems. But beware, if political systems, as it is already happening, are not nurtured and adjusted to the new challenges, or they do not address inequality and lack of economic and social cohesion, they become obsolete and leave voids where radicalism or anti-system populism can naturally enter, sometimes with so-called illiberal democratic messages that are not democratic at all, or simply the distancing of peoples, their selfishness, their xenophobia, their indifference. And no alliance, however strong it may be, can succeed without the support of its people. I end as I began, valuing the pluralism of your working sessions, the interdisciplinary nature of the strategic thinking here, the commitment of all parliaments and parliamentarians to concerted solutions, mature decisions, and collective forward-looking paths. NATO, which has given so much to democracies and collective security, needs this plural and multilateral trajectory to be reinforced. We all have a shared responsibility to deliver here in Madrid in the future. It is our democracies that will become stronger. It is our peoples who will be freer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those extraordinarily thoughtful, insightful, and penetrating thoughts. And I think we would find ourselves very much in the same lane with respect to how we must proceed and what it means to have an alliance, albeit pluralistic, politically and culturally, but committed to shared common values in democracy. Thank you so much for your commitment. And Mr. President, we've thanked your colleagues, the Prime Minister, the President of the Parliament. The hospitality here has been extraordinary. It's been a privilege to be in Lisbon, and we hope to come back. Thank you so much. Be good, buddy. It's now my pleasure to welcome Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the Undersecretary General for Peace Operations at the United Nations. Monsieur Lacroix, thank you for attending NATO Parliamentary Assembly today. Where are you? You've got the floor. Come on up. Thank you. So good to see you.
Mr. President, Honorable President Connolly, honorable parliamentarians, NATO Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking you for having me in this important meeting. And I would like to also thank Portugal for a wonderful organization.
Excuse me 1 second. If we could have the attention of those in the room, and if people would bring their conversations out into the lobby rather than in here so that we can hear our speaker. Thank you, Mr. Lacroix.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to address this assembly, and I will address 4 themes today. First, the evolving trends of conflict today. I will try to exemplify this with a specific focus on the situation in Mali and in the Sahel. I will say a few words about development within our own peace operations, and I will also mention what we are doing within the UN-NATO partnership. Let me just begin by how we view the evolving conflict trends. In his annual address, our Secretary General, the former Prime Minister of this country, Antonio Guterres, in his former address to the United Nations General Assembly on the 21st of September, our Secretary General captured the urgency of the moment we are living in. Climate, geopolitics, COVID, and conflict create a particularly complex situation. In response to these fundamental challenges, Our Secretary General has raised the alarm in his latest report, which is entitled Our Common Agenda. And in that report, he calls for urgent action and a much-needed reinvestment in multilateralism. In looking at today's evolving security environment, we need to better understand the drivers of conflict, and we need to adapt swiftly. And I know that NATO is reflecting on these matters in the context of NATO 2030. Within the UN, including in our own peacekeeping family, we're also reflecting internally on what the future may hold. And I would like to highlight several trends that are shaping the nature of conflict today. First, we're facing conflicts that are more multi-layered than ever. They're often protracted. They're often intrastate conflicts with various dimensions. They're lasting longer, and they involve a more complex and intertwined set of actors and drivers. This includes, among others, vast organized criminal networks trafficking in drugs, weapons, and human beings, as well as non-state actors, which may or may not have a political agenda. Such conflicts often have global, regional, national, as well as local dimension, as we can see vividly in the Sahel region, but we can see it also in many other contexts. Second, we're also witnessing a shifting balance of power and contested geopolitical rivalries that make multilateral solutions more difficult to achieve, including within the UN Security Council. A divided UN Security Council is a major obstacle to our efforts to achieve durable political solutions. Third, with the rise of hybrid warfare and technology, the lines between war and peace are increasingly blurred. Asymmetric warfare remains a prevalent aspect of a number of the conflicts we're working to tackle. The UN Secretary General recently stressed that we're seeing, and I quote, a dangerous epidemic of misinformation in which we have false information, hatred, stigmatization, and conspiracy theories, all of these potentially costing lives. And at the same time, potentially destabilizing technologies and cyber equipment have become much more easily available, and they're being used to exacerbate tensions. Fourth, the weakening of the universal normative agenda is a particularly worrying trend, with human rights norms and principles increasingly contested. And fifth, climate change and global inequality, which has been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, serve to compound these challenges further. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very clear that there is no easy fix to these challenges. Rather, the international community must adapt, learn, be flexible, resilient, and commit to multilateral solutions. We do have a common responsibility to address those challenges and seek common ground, however difficult and challenging it may be. For its part, UN operations have an important role to play in response to the conflicts of today and into the future. But UN peace operations are only one tool which needs to act in complementarity with other actors. Effective partnerships will continue to be an absolute prerequisite for effective peacekeeping and, even more importantly, for the success of our peace efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect at the conflict trend lines, the challenges that we face in our peace operation do mirror the challenges that I mentioned, and they will require a concerted multilateral efforts, not least in view of the need to expand political capital to bridge political divides and to drive political solutions. Some lessons can be drawn from peacekeeping that resonate with the Afghanistan experience. The first lesson is the need to focus on political solutions. This is obviously easier said than done in settings where a viable political agreement does not exist or where there are armed groups outside of the political process, which is also a challenge in the Sahel. Inclusivity and dialogue are also key. It is important to sustain a long-term approach while constantly adapting based on conditions on the ground. This requires a holistic, multi-dimensional approach that links military, civilian, development, and human rights components. It must also bring together local actors and regional and international partners. Turning to the Mali and Sahel example, the United Nations engagement in Mali, particularly through our mission in MINUSMA, is a case in point, as the situation in Mali demonstrates the complexity of conflict today, but equally demonstrates the necessity of integrated multilateral engagement. Mali and the entire Sahel region are facing one of the most acute crises that any region could confront. No country can, on its own, confront challenges that transcend national borders. Addressing the drivers of instability requires continued and coordinated regional and international support. And this is why the work of all partners, UN, African Union, EU, and of course NATO and its member states, is essential to help address these challenges. The increased presence and influence of terrorist groups in northern and central Mali, as well as across the Sahel, is deeply concerning. And those terrorist groups are closely interlinked with international criminal activities. They're financed by these activities, and one feeds the other and the other way around. It's a local phenomenon, it's a national phenomenon, it's a regional phenomenon, as well as a global one that involves several continents and very sophisticated financial flows and techniques. Attacks on our own peacekeepers, on national and defense and security forces, and other representatives of the state have become more sophisticated and dangerous in the country. And as always, it's the civilian population that is ultimately paying the highest price. Our own United Nations mission in Mali, MINUSMA, continues to support the redeployment of state authority and to implement its protection of civilian mandates to the best of its ability. However, without a comprehensive, politically led government strategy and additional resources, the impact of these efforts will remain limited, although without such a presence, and I'm not talking only about our own UN presence, but our collective presence, it is more than likely that Mali and the whole Sahel region would be seriously undermined. And you could say the same thing about other mission settings where even though in many cases we're having a very hard time to advance political efforts, our presence is making a difference in terms of avoiding complete chaos. And I think that stands in many of the regions and countries where the UN is actively deployed. Addressing the worsening security situation in Mali and the Sahel also requires the strengthening of regional security initiatives, particularly the joint force of the G5 Sahel. This is a case where countries in the region have decided to take their security challenges in their own hand, and they deserve our full support. And we do believe that more should be done to provide them the required support. Excellences, comme je l'ai indiqué, l'environnement.
Excellencies, as I've stated, the environment in which our operations evolves has gone through a deep change since the United Nations operations were deployed over 70 years ago. In order to better answer current needs and to better support member states in the search for peace and stability, we must understand this evolution and adapt to the nature of contemporary conflict. That is why the United Nations launched an initiative on peacekeeping, the Action for Peacekeeping initiative in 1998, in order to better meet the challenges that we face in those operations. As it was underscored on that occasion, we cannot advance alone. We depend on partnerships with our member states. Most of the states represented here today take part in those operations and support us, and we are deeply grateful. We also depend on partnerships with regional organizations as well as with alliances such as NATO and all actors in peacekeeping. For that matter, partnerships are one of the key focuses within the initiative of the Action for Peacekeeping, and that reflects our common commitments and a declaration of common commitments, a text which was adhered to by 154 member states and 4 international organizations, including NATO. despite the advances that were made over the last few years, much needs to be done to enhance the effectiveness of our work in the field. And that is why we have updated our initiative in order to reinforce our activity in priority fields that need increased effort. For instance, we have to increase the effort in order to find sustainable political solutions. All of our activities in the field have ultimately a political objective. Their aim is to create, or in some cases to maintain, the conditions for political actions to take place and to be able to be carried out. Therefore, we need to search for these political solutions more, and that's why we are going to link the enhanced commitment to our missions with partners through common political strategies and through more meetings organized within the United Nations. And we need the united support of our member states and partners for that. I believe that the key part and the main role of policy and politics in our activities must remain. We also need to have an integrated set of actions, whether it's through civilian, military, or police components, or through the UN system, agencies, funds, and programs, as well as with other partners, in order to focus on the added value of each partner. I think that is a fundamental dimension in a context where wherever we are deployed, wherever we try to respond to a deep-seated conflict, we face all these different challenges that require expertise from each partner and, once again, the best possible distribution of the roles and the best possible coordination.
We must also better respond to the challenges of disinformation while better communicating on our collective achievements in support of peace. As you know, disinformation and fake news is today an enhancer of conflict. Rumors and fake news can kill. It kills civilian population. It also kills our own peacekeepers. So we need to do more to counter this phenomenon, and this will require additional expertise and training. We will integrate into these priorities the Secretary General's, the UN Secretary General's call to action on women transforming peace and security, which was launched during last year's 20th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1325. We will also move towards data-driven and technology-enabled peacekeeping to boost our situational awareness, including towards early warning and prevention efforts. Making progress on all these priority areas requires strengthened partnership and cooperation with member states and other peacekeeping partners, including NATO. We hope, and we are sure, to be able to count on the continued support of NATO for strengthening our own operations, including through NATO participation at the upcoming ministerial meeting on peacekeeping on the 7th and 8th December in Seoul, South Korea. In terms of the UN-NATO partnership, evidently both organizations have different mandates, and needless to say, they also have different membership. That being said, the UN and NATO have worked well together, indeed very well over the years, for example, on the ground in Kosovo and Afghanistan. We have also established solid cooperation on a range of other issues, including issues that are absolutely key to enhancing the effectiveness of our operation and protecting better the population we serve and our own colleagues. And that would include demining, for instance, military planning, as well as promoting the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Looking to the future, I see 4 areas where UN-NATO partnership can further develop, namely technology, climate security, peacekeeping capacity building and training, and women, peace and security. On technology, the newly launched strategy for the digital transformation of UN peacekeeping will help us enhance the safety and security of our peacekeepers and the population we serve, and it will also shape agile and responsive mandate implementation. It has 4 overarching goals: to drive innovation and agility, maximize the potential of current and new technology, understand threats to the safety and security of peacekeepers and to the population, and ensure responsible use of digital technology. We look forward to an opportunity to learn from NATO's experience with digital transformation, especially when it comes to the safety and security of our peacekeepers on the ground, and we look forward to explore new cooperation in this field. Turning to the second area, climate security, our own Secretary General has called the climate emergency a code red for humanity, noting that some of its effects are now irreversible. The effects of climate and conflict are converging in regions such as the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. Of the 15 countries more susceptible to climate risks, 8 host a United Nations peacekeeping or a UN special political mission. Climate change is a risk multiplier that exacerbates conflict drivers such as displacement, food insecurity, competition over scarce resources, deteriorating livelihood and state fragility. Through our UN civil affairs officers on the ground, in Mali, for example, or in the Central African Republic and elsewhere, we are working with local actors and specialized UN agencies to help mitigate the environmental impact and the security impact of climate change. For example, regarding the traditional and unfortunately exacerbated conflict between farmers and herders in many parts of Africa. We're also undertaking efforts to improve the environmental footprint of our UN operation, including a shift to renewable energy. And we need to adapt our missions and operations to more adverse climate conditions, notably making updates to capabilities and assets to ensure their resilience in adverse climatic conditions. We believe these are all areas where we can build on and improve our partnership with NATO in view of the emphasis that the NATO alliance is now putting on this issue following last June's NATO summit. The UN-NATO partnership on women, peace and security has been really vibrant, but there is still a long way to go on this important agenda. Our own initiatives on peacekeeping reaffirm the centrality of the women, peace and security agenda in achieving sustainable peace outcomes and effective peacekeeping. We commend NATO's work on making the women, peace and security commitments a reality through integrating gender perspectives in all of your activities. Looking to the future, there may be more we can do together. For example, in areas such as data-driven evidence generation, monitoring and accountability mechanism on women, peace and security, and gender parity strategies. When I meet with ministers of defense, I always stress that increasing the number of women in our operation is not just about gender parity, it is about effectiveness. Indeed, it's primarily about effectiveness. We know through experience that by increasing the number of women peacekeepers in our missions are more reflective of the populations we serve, and we're much more effective in building trust with the communities we serve. That way, the effectiveness of the peacekeeping mission overall is enhanced. We also need to bring more women into political processes. Women largely remain at the periphery of formal peace processes and decision-making in many of the countries where we operate. We need to change this if we want to transform international peace and security, but we cannot not do it alone. And finally, as to training and capacity building, the UN, and in particular UN peacekeeping, are grateful for the cooperation with NATO allies and partners through the NATO Defense Capacity Building Program. This cooperation strengthens peacekeeping by giving the UN access to key member state expertise which is not available from within the UN. This is particularly important for key operational areas, notably combat medicine and counter-improvised explosive device skills. We especially appreciate NATO's support in strengthening our ability to build true contributing countries' capability and capacity in explosive ordnance disposal and IED disposal. As you know, IED attacks are one of the key causes of peacekeeping fatalities, and NATO's support in this area can save lives. And before closing, I would also like to mention the good collaboration between the UN Police Division and the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence in Doctrine Development and Training, as well as good UN-NATO collaboration on security sector reform, with a focus on building integrity in the defense sector. So as you can see, Mr. President, we have a lot going on with NATO. we thank you for this great cooperation. We look forward to further cooperation, and we look forward to continued support, both from your organization and from your member state. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Merci, Jean-Pierre.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre.
We have 5 people signed up for questioning. If you will indulge us. And I call on Lord Campbell of the United Kingdom as our first questioner. Lord Campbell. Did I catch you a little off guard? Lord Campbell.
First, I must apologise for not being present throughout your presentation. I do apologise. I had to take a telephone call outside. And I have had the benefit of spending some time at the instigation of the then permanent representative of the United Kingdom discussing peacekeeping internally with the British mission. Am I right, though, that there is still a presumption against the use of NATO forces on the ground when it comes to peacekeeping? And secondly, you get very mixed quality when you ask for volunteers. And there is a sense, perhaps, that in many cases nations use peacekeeping as a way of paying their troops, sometimes as a way of getting better equipment, and largely, I suppose one could put it this way, as using the United Nations as a subsidy. I can understand why that arises, but it does mean that sometimes the clear objectives of the United Nations may be obscured by some of the national objectives of those who provide forces for peacekeeping. I'd be grateful for your comments.
Jean-Pierre.
Thank you very much, Lord Campbell. Indeed, we look forward to having more NATO member states participating in our peacekeeping operation. I think that has been the trend to a certain extent, a relatively limited extent, but still over the last couple of years, we've seen more members of this organization expressing an interest and indeed joining a true contribution in troops, some of our peacekeeping operations. But we need more for a couple of reasons. First of all, because NATO member states have quality capacities that we need, especially as we're trying to upgrade the effectiveness of our mission and to adapt to the challenges that we're facing, challenges that are increasingly daunting. We need more intelligence, we need more mobility, more reactivity, we need more expertise in using digital technology, and so on and so forth. I mean, the list is long. Therefore, my appeal to the countries that you represent is to participate more in our peacekeeping operation, and that would certainly have a beneficial impact on our effectiveness. Now, regarding the peace, let's say the true contributing countries from that are currently composing the majority of our contingents, I think that there are many reasons for which a particular country can be interested in participating in peacekeeping, and I don't think that the financial reason is ever the only one. Indeed, my assumption is that a country that is at the threshold of lower middle income and above does not really gain financial benefit from participating in peacekeeping operation. Those below that threshold may be benefiting. But I believe that there are more than one reason for their participation. It may be the willingness to be to play a role in the UN and to participate in the UN's effort for peace and security. It may also be the willingness to participate in handling a situation that is of direct security interest to the particular country. And we see many African countries involved in, for example, in our United Nations operation in Mali, countries from the region which are involved in our peacekeeping operation because they know that their security is at stake. I think these countries also find an interest in making sure that their own armed forces have an operational experience and do preserve that level of training and expertise on the ground which is necessary to armed forces. And let's face it, and maybe there are some countries that are happy to see at least part of their armed forces have a role and being deployed in faraway missions for their own political domestic reason. So by and large, a combination of reasons, but I do believe that it would be unfair to sort of second-guess the motive of our peacekeeping troop and police contributing countries. I believe that we see, in many cases, a very strong engagement and a high number of fatalities and injured personnel, which is a testimony of those countries' engagement. Now, having said this, peacekeeping operations are heterogeneous. It's true. We don't have naturally this interoperability that you have in NATO, and this is obviously a limitation that we're trying to deal with by enhancing the level of UN guidance, the level of UN training, the level of I wouldn't say interoperability, but the ability to work together of our military and police contingent. It is a challenge, but I do believe that we are making progress. However, I do believe that we need to do more in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of preparedness, and more importantly, in terms of mindset. And frankly, that also goes for troop and police contributing country from the West and from NATO members. All of these troop contributing countries need to adjust to the new reality of peacekeeping, which is a much more dangerous, much more challenging peacekeeping, a peacekeeping that is reflective of the greater conflictuality in this world, frankly.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. I will say, I think Lord Campbell's point, though, might be, you mentioned it's unfair to question motivation. I don't know that Lord Campbell was doing that. I do think, however, Lord Campbell was suggesting that motivation for volunteering for peacekeeping is not unrelated to performance on the ground. And we've had some great successes, but we've also had some spectacular failures. And it's worth always keeping that in mind and examining it, at least in terms of performance. Does it affect performance? Thank you, Lord Campbell, for that intervention. Wadeki Lune from Estonia. Wadeki.
Thank you. Monsieur Lacroix, thank you for your excellent presentation. And in the post-World War II architecture of international relations, you represent the one and only legitimate global security organization, because we are all members of it. Of course, letting aside the problematic membership of Security Council. But in nowadays very volatile situation internationally, there are very many other international organizations which are thinking of taking more global approach either in trade or in finance or indeed in security. NATO, as a NATO Parliamentary Assembly, we are discussing here on the reaching out on Asia or in Africa. We are discussing here if security should be extended that far as to include climate change. There is the Franco-German initiative of creating a new type of European security organization, so on and so forth. So, Mr. Undersecretary General, how do you see these developments from your unique perspective as the only legitimate global security actor? Do you see these as unnecessary competition, subtle criticism of your effectiveness, unwanted help, or then from the other side, most welcome relief in this indeed very, very difficult situation?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adegi. Jean-Pierre.
Thank you very much. If I look from my own perspective, and again, coming back to what I was trying to suggest earlier, which is that we're increasingly dealing with conflicts that are very complex. Again, I took the example of Mali and the Sahel, where you see a combination of local conflicts, ethnic conflicts that are themselves exacerbated by terrorist groups and the impact of climate change. You have a national dimension, which is proper to Mali and this issues between the north of the country and the rest of the country. You have regional phenomena such as terrorist group, international organized crimes, these networks that are dealing with drugs and human beings and weapons, and you have the global phenomenon of climate change, the reach of organized crime beyond the region of Western Africa, and now the pandemic. And against that backdrop, you have a UN membership which is increasingly divided, UN Security Council that is increasingly divided, which is a major problem to us, because I was also suggesting that ultimately our role is to create conditions to advance political solutions. But it's much more difficult to do that if we have a divided Security Council, which is not in a position, it's united enough to provide us with mandates, but it's not united enough to provide us with the strong, united political support to political efforts, which would ultimately be critical to achieve political solution. So in that context, we need partnerships more than ever, at every level. So none of us see the emergence of stronger regional, sub-regional organization as a threatening competition to the UN. It's a welcome addition, and I believe that it strongly increases our chance to be successful, or to achieve as much success as possible in our political efforts. Again, one example, when we try to push for political solutions in the context of, let's say, an African crisis, we have a much stronger message when we work with the African Union, when we come with a common message to the main stakeholders, when we work with the other partners, and sometimes in many of those crises, we work with sub-regional organizations, such as the Organization for Western Africa, but we also work with the European Union. So when all these partners work together and come with the same message, then it really is a multiplier. And then at the more operational level, I do believe that a peacekeeping mission can do certain things, but not everything. I believe that our key role is to be engaged in political efforts, to of course monitor ceasefire whenever we have that role, and whenever there is a ceasefire to monitor, like in southern Lebanon or in Cyprus, to protect civilians and to help build capacities. But we need other partners on the ground for the purpose of contributing to building capacity, contributing to address systemic issues that for which we were less equipped, to work on humanitarian assistance, development, training, etc., etc. How to address the impact of illegal organized crime, transnational plundering of natural resources, the trafficking that I alluded to. We need partners to do that and to increase our effectiveness. So the long and short answer to your question is that we do believe that we more than ever need partnership with other multilateral organizations, and that strengthen multilateralism. That doesn't weaken it. That doesn't weaken the UN.
Thank you. Zaida Contreras from Spain. Zaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Fernando Gutierrez from Spain. We changed at the last minute.
I was going to say, I know Zaida. Zaida is a friend of mine. You're not Zaida.
All right.
But you are welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Undersecretary General, for your explanation. I will make my question in Spanish, if you don't mind. Well, me gustaría pedirle un...
I'd like to ask your views on the oldest missions carried out by the UN. You know, Lebanon. Lebanon changed in 2006 its profile at the request of Israel, and the involvement of countries from the EU was requested. And since then, since 2006, there are EU countries participating in that operation. Then in 2012, the operation changed significantly after the Syrian conflict. And now, last summer, we've had very heavy actions, once again, over from Hezbollah, by Hezbollah, from to Israel, more or less at the same level of those that gave rise to the request of Israel, and probably they will lead to maintaining the operation along the same lines as it was in 2006. So how does your operation for peacekeeping see this situation? Is this going to continue along the same lines in time? Yes, thank you very much. I'll answer in English, but I'd like to thank Spain for the contribution to the UN forces in Lebanon.
More important than ever. Why? Because the region is more tense than ever, because Lebanon is going through unprecedented crisis. And if you look at what happens on the ground, particularly along the blue line, the so-called blue line, separating Israel and Lebanon, there are incidents occurring almost every week, sometime every day. And if the UNIFIL force was not there to intervene immediately, I mean, I call it the 911 of southern Lebanon, it is absolutely certain that we would see an uncontrolled escalation, which is something that neither Lebanon nor Israel want. And that is why we have had the support of Lebanon and Israel, even though Israel has some criticism or some reservation about some of the aspect of the mission mandate, or rather the way in which we're seeing as implementing the mandate. But I think this is a typical example where you have an operation that, yes, has been there for many, many decades, but at the same time, if you remove that operation today, then it is almost guaranteed, in my view, that we would see a very serious escalation occurring, and probably, again, one that would be out of control of the two parties. Now, we are in UNIFIL, as we are in most of our peacekeeping operations, operating against the backdrop in an environment that is more dangerous and more challenging than even 2 years ago. I think this is one critical sort of characteristic of our mission. we're facing more tension on the ground. We're facing some more hostile attacks or hostile behaviors against our peacekeepers. I think the Spanish peacekeepers are well placed to know that. And that means that we need to adapt. And we actually have rolled out, we started to roll out an adaptation plan of UNIFIL. It was presented to our member states 1.5 years ago. It was supported by the Security Council. And it's really about making sure that we improve, we modernize the capacities of UNIFIL, even including new technology. That takes me back to the point I was trying to make on using, making a better use of technology, digital technology. So your question, honorable member of the Spanish Parliament, my answer would be yes, we do adapt UNIFIL. Actually, we count on Spain and other critical troop contributing countries to this very important operation to help us, because there are new requirements in terms of training, equipment, information gathering, and so on and so forth. But as with other missions, given the increasingly complex challenges that we're facing, we absolutely need to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Andrea Orsini here from the Italian delegation? Andrea.
Thank you. I still speak in Italian, so use your headphone. Signora Sottosegretario Generale.
Mr. Undersecretary General, I am well aware of how sensitive your role is, and I'm well aware of the caution you must have. And I'd like to ask questions which may not be pertinent to your role, although since you're an excellent diplomat, I'm sure you'll be able to offer a very interesting answer. As we know, we tend to make a distinction in UN peacekeeping missions between fully fledged peacekeeping missions and peace enforcement missions on the other hand. In other words, the use of military tools as a way of imposing international law upon parties in conflict. Unfortunately, peace enforcement missions in recent times, and I refer to the Afghan mission, which is a perfect example, but Libya could also be a good example, have brought about difficulties and well-known failures. Do you think this means that in the future we will no longer use the term peace enforcement, or will we use other definitions, and what can these definitions be?
Thank you very much. I believe that as far as peacekeeping is concerned, on the one hand, there has been an evolution, and we've moved towards a much more, we call it robust peacekeeping. Both our mandates have very often Chapter 7, which is enforcement provisions, and in some cases we have a mandate to proactively seek and deter armed groups. That is the case in one country, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And we need to adapt to this, and this requires a lot of efforts, not only in terms of training, equipment, and skills, and so on and so forth, but in terms of mindset. We're putting a lot of emphasis on this, and also on something that is, in some cases, reducing our ability to fully implement our robust mandate, which is caveats. Particularly undeclared caveats. So we're opening a debate and trying to to devise a mechanism to deal with that. Having said this, we will never have a mandate for full peace enforcement. because the Security Council will probably never give us such mandate, on the one hand, it's something that politically, I believe, is not likely to happen, and also because we would be much less likely to have true contributing countries for these kind of mandates, let's face it. Now, does that mean that peacekeeping is, not effective in some cases because of the limitation of the mandate? I do believe that, and I'm putting aside the traditional, so-called traditional mandates, which are about monitoring ceasefire, and they're still very relevant. I believe they're much more relevant than ever, indeed. I mentioned UNIFIL, but I could have mentioned Cyprus or the Golan Heights. But in those complex situations where we have some people talk about peacekeeping without a peace to keep, I do believe that the way forward is to try to combine the added value of peacekeeping, which is, and I can see it from, with my own eyes when I go to the field, that the ability to create in the areas where we deployed a greater security, better security conditions, and therefore provide better conditions for conflict resolution and the redeployment of state presence and national security and civilian capacities, and the increased humanitarian and development assistance to the population. That is what we do in places like Mali or South Sudan and others. But I do believe that this has to be complemented by, in some cases, by enforcement, peace enforcement forces, and those have to be provided by, member states in a different framework. It can be NATO, it can be the G5 Sahel, it can be many other frameworks. Now the question is, particularly in Africa, where we have, I mentioned the initiative of G5 Sahel, what can we do collectively to promote and help these kind of initiatives? What could we do to help countries with limited security capacities to be more effective in dealing with their own capacity, with their own forces, with these security challenges, knowing full well that the military solution is only part of the solution? And I think this is a challenge that we need to think about and to act upon collectively. I think that NATO and its members have a particular role, and they're already doing a lot, actually, in supporting other countries in building up their capacities. But these efforts definitely need to be enhanced because it's clear to me that however effective in its own mandate peacekeeping, UN peacekeeping can be, it cannot be the solution when it comes to peace enforcement.
Thank you, Jean-Louis. We are coming up against our time limit, so I can take one more question, and I hope the question and answer can both be concise because we do need to move on at 1 o'clock. Utku Kakiroza from Turkey. Utku.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask about the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan. Urgently, we need some humanitarian help before winter comes. Do you think a UN mission or a global coalition would be better? And would you agree with me that that international community should not rush for recognition of Taliban government for two reasons? First, they haven't assured the world that they cut all their link with terrorism. And second, they should assure the world and their own people about fundamental rights and freedoms. Today is the International Day of Girl Children, but millions of girls and women are faced with the risk of getting locked at home without seeing schools, without any hope to be equal individuals of their society. Madame Pelosi mentioned the single thing that she would do if she ruled the world. As a follow-up, I would like to pay tribute with respect to the founder of modern Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, for his unique vision for putting girls' education and women's equal rights as a fundamental pillar of the young republic way much earlier than many Western countries. To sum it up, would you agree with me that without these conditions assured, Taliban regime should not be recognized? Thank you.
Thank you, Utku. Jean-Louis.
Teşekkür ederim. I first would like to highlight that obviously the top priority for the UN is and has been, as you can see, to provide for humanitarian support to the population, because the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan is absolutely dire. More than half of the population is in need of humanitarian assistance, and you've seen that the UN convened recently a meeting in Geneva to mobilize the international community, and the outcome of this meeting has been encouraging in the sense that I believe $1.2 billion were committed to provide humanitarian assistance. And obviously, humanitarian assistance has to be delinked with other issues because we need to support that population. Now, we are obviously, as UN, standing for a full rights of women and girls. We stand for the promotion of women and girls, and these are fundamental objectives on which we and I've been working personally with the UN Women and other partners in the system and beyond. And of course, that stands very much regarding Afghanistan. We have been repeatedly calling for the full respect of the rights of women and girls. If you ask me if the latest development in Afghanistan on this particular issue are concerning, I would say yes, of course they are. The question of recognition is really, first of all, I've been taught always when I was a student that countries recognize state and not necessarily government, but I leave this issue of international law theory aside. It's obviously a sovereign decision of each member state to establish the kind of relation that they believe is adequate for any government. But the point here is that we will continue as UN definitely to do our utmost for support to humanitarian assistance. We will absolutely continue to make very strong calls in support of the full respect of women and girls in Afghanistan. And of course, these are messages that need to be conveyed to Afghanistan and the current leadership by as many countries as possible.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Thank you so much for your presentation, for being with us here today, and we look forward to continue partnership in these endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next item of business is a bittersweet one for all of us. We're saying thank you and farewell to departing colleagues of long standing. Lord Joplin from the United Kingdom, Karl Lammers from the German delegation, the head of the German delegation, and Ulla Schmidt, deputy head of the German delegation. Karl, you joined the Assembly in 1998, and you've chaired the German delegation since 2007. You've held many senior positions in the Assembly over the years. Most importantly, you were the Assembly's elected president from 2010 through 2012. And 3 times you served as vice president. That certainly reflects respect and admiration of this Assembly for you. One of your mottos has been Failure's not an option. As if there ever was any danger of a project that you would take on that could end in failure. Quite the contrary. During your time with the Assembly, you knocked on many doors nobody had knocked on before. 2005, you were the first to lead a delegation to the Gulf, to the United Arab Emirates. It was you who chaired the first and thus far only visit to Pakistan by the NATO Assembly in 2007. Your commitment is legendary. Nothing can stop you, not even earthquakes. When you visited Japan, the Japanese hosts were convinced that the earth was shaking in honor of your visit. I want to highlight another important project you took on under your leadership. The Working Group on Education and Information about NATO has done fundamental work in informing our public about the importance and value of the alliance. And you continue this work with passion through the Peace Foundation, which you founded. Carl, on behalf of this Assembly, I salute you and on our outstanding achievements and great service to this Assembly, we're grateful. You've left an indelible mark that will continue and will be sorely missed. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Carl Lammers. Lord Joplin. Michael, when you joined our Assembly back in 1987, the British government may have lost an outstanding Minister of Agriculture, but our transatlantic parliamentary community gained an extraordinary colleague, an experienced leader, and to many of us, a mentor. Your experience as UK government chief, whip, also came in handy in some of the more turbulent NATO parliamentary meetings. As Vice President of the NATO PA from 2014 through 2016, you helped navigate our Assembly through maybe one of the most challenging and transformative periods in our history. And most of us associate your name with the Committee on the Civil Dimension of Security, which we've recently renamed the Committee on Democracy and Security. You've served for many years as its chairman, vice chairman, and rapporteur. You've authored numerous top-quality white papers and reports, and you've led our delegation across the Euro-Atlantic area and beyond, from Saudi Arabia to New York, from Bosnia to your native Yorkshire. And by the way, I really envy my colleagues who had a chance to enjoy the amazing hospitality you and your wonderful wife, Gail, offered in your home at that time. You are the wise man of our Assembly, someone we all look up to. You're committed as an Atlanticist and a true Democrat. You have added the gravitas of a statesman to our deliberations, and we've always known we could rely on your political instincts and savvy and common sense. And we will certainly miss your amazing sense of humor. Many thanks for all you've done for this Assembly, and best wishes in your next phase. Thank you, Lord Joplin. Ulla Schmidt, your decision to retire from parliamentary politics deprives this Assembly of one of our greatest assets. When you joined NATO PA in 2010, you were immediately one of the leading voices on issues from women's rights, maintaining gender and peace and security, to common sense in our deliberations. Your first accomplishment was drafting a resolution incorporating the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 into alliance policies and practices. Since then, this Assembly has transformed itself into a true champion of the WPS agenda. And this transformation was driven in a large part by your leadership, dedication, persistence, and hard work. Uli, your accomplishments in this Assembly are not limited to the WPS agenda. Every year since 2012, you've produced reports in the CDS Committee on North Africa and the Middle East, on Afghanistan, on the Western Balkans, and on democratic credentials of our alliance. In all of these efforts, you were tough, honest, and you were not afraid to fight for what you believed in was right. Your vast political experience and expertise as a minister in your government and as a deputy president of the German parliament have been an enormous asset in this assembly. But perhaps even more importantly, your big heart, your compassion, your humanism, your uncompromising commitment to the principles of democracy have kept reminding us all why we have this great North Atlantic Alliance, not just to protect our interest, but also to protect our values, our freedoms, our identity. Ulla, thank you for everything you've done for this assembly, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Congratulations, Ulla Schmidt. The rest of us can understand we've got big shoes to fill. This concludes our formal proceedings for this morning, but...
Sorry, we have a 1-minute response.
Ah!
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And then
You mean there's Crystal?
then there's Crystal.
All right. So let's reverse order. Ulla, come up and get your crystal and tell us what we need to know. You will come back. You will come back.
Okay.
Yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your warm words. And let me say, even I decided myself not to run again for a seat in the parliament. It's a moment to have a little bit sadness. And to be honest, I will miss you all. And I've always enjoyed working in the Assembly, especially working with all of you to promote the values of NATO and outstandingly for the rights of women, because there's no democracy without the equal participation of women, and there will be no peace if we don't implement really the resolution, Women, Peace and Security. And therefore, I thank you all for the great cooperation and the work together. And I would like to see the Parliamentary Assembly to remain a critical and valuable advisor for NATO. And one of my wishes is that the Center for Democracy and Resilience will really get reality. This is a wonderful proposal from our wonderful president. Thank you very much.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Lord Joplin, come and get your crystal. Thank you. It's a little bit heavy, Michael. Yeah, I know. Here, I can put it over here. All right.
Mr. President, thank you very much for that. I'm sad to be going, but I want to say thank you to all of those, particularly Roxandra and her team and a whole lot of other friends who've made this, for me, a most fascinating period of my life. I started coming here 34 years ago. Mr. President, I shall be 91 in a few weeks' time. And I have lived since the Second World War through one of the great golden periods of history where prosperity has blossomed and when a time the great nations of the world have gone 75 years without a major conflict. Of course, we've had other conflicts, but no great conflicts between the great nations. And one of the reasons for that has been the existence of NATO.
NATO is a wonderful organization, a very successful organization. But we now face the challenges which we've been hearing about this morning, Russia, China, cyber, all these things. And it is up to you who remain here within the NATO Assembly to make sure that NATO continues in its strength and its influence. There are some parts of NATO which, frankly, is sleepy, and that is up to you to make sure that those sleepy bits of NATO are brought to the attention and to remedy them. That is the job of parliamentarians. And so I know that as I say my goodbyes, I leave this Assembly and NATO in good heart, but there is work to do. But thank you for everything you have given to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
And Carl, come on up and receive your crystal. And I believe you also are going to name someone awardee from your foundation. Thank you, Carl. It's heavy.
Can I take this?
Yeah.
Mr. President, dear Jerry, dear colleagues, this is a very moving moment in my life. After 27 years of being a member of the German Bundestag, I didn't run for office at this year's election. This means that after 23 years, I am leaving my NATO PA, which I love so much. This is very difficult for me, but I'm quite sure you can take me out of the NATO PA, but you can't take NATO PA out of me. I have been a member of the NATO family, and I call us NATO PA family since 1998. When I started here, the world was different. It was a different century. In 1998, the Kosovo War started. The Kyoto Protocol was opened for signature. Google was founded. 20 years later, the world is a different one. NATO has 14 new member states since 1998. The world today is in turmoil, looking to Russia and China, to Afghanistan and Belarus. For me, it was a privilege to serve our NATO PA for the last 23 years with passion. During my tenure, I did my very best to uphold and promote the principles upon which NATO was founded and which the Assembly embodies: democracy, individual freedom, and the rule of law. In doing so, I hope that I have strengthened the dynamic and relationship between NATO and our Assembly, as well as a transatlantic bond which is the Assembly's heart and lifeblood. Thank you all, dear colleagues, for the 23 years. I will always remember the good-hearted people I met here and the many great discussions we had over the years. I want to convey my deepest respect to you, Mr. President, dear Jerry, for your great work, and to you, Ruxandra and Henrik, who have made it possible to continue our work even when Corona restricted us in many ways. Thanks also to Stefan Sachs and David Hobbs, who have accompanied me throughout the last 20 years. And today, Dear colleagues, I especially think of great members of our assembly who have passed away. Luc Beauvoir, Pierre Nolin, Julio Miranda Calla, and José Lello. I have found many friends here and hope to stay in touch with you all in the future. I will remain connected beyond my departure through my Peace Foundation. Finally, let me quote Stephen Hawking. Never give up. Don't look down to your feet. Look up to the stars. Stand together, and that I will add personally, stand together side by side, based on our common values. So we will master all challenges and reach the hearts and minds of our young generation, the young people. They are our future. And so let me conclude with Heraclit of Ephesus. The sun rises every day anew. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Do you want to announce your foundation?
Foundation?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. President and dear Secretary General, Ruxandra, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to speak to you now during our plenary session as chairman of my Peace Foundation that I established 3 years ago in 2018 in Heidelberg. The essay competition is in 3 areas: in Heidelberg, in Lithuania, and here in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. In the spirit of furthering my lifelong political engagement towards peace and freedom, I want to encourage young people, namely pupils, students, and young researchers, to think about the great importance of peace and freedom in our turbulent world. In these times, democratic freedom is under attack. So it is a great honor for me now to announce the winners of this year's essay competition. On the 23rd of February this year, the 3rd essay competition was launched by the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. The Peace Foundation invited students in the age between 20 and 30 to submit their essays on this year's topic. The topic is, what role do you see for NATO as an alliance of democracies in these efforts? How can NATO play its part in defending and promoting democracy and democratic values? Thanks first to our President, Jerry Connolly. Thanks to you, Ruxandra and Henrik, for publishing the call for papers and for evaluating our essays. Today, now I will announce the 3 winners. The quality of the papers was excellent. It was not easy to select the 3 winning essays. The 3rd prize, 400 euros, go to Alexander Weber from the German Federal Foreign Service Academy. His interesting essay highlights how NATO must build a strategic advantage over authoritarian powers to defend its values and a rules-based international order. In Mr. Weber's view, NATO must ground this strategic advantage in strengthened deterrence, including nuclear deterrence combined with arms control, strong resilience, and values-based technological innovation. Congratulations and all the best for his further studies. The winner of the second prize, 600 euros, goes to Velislava Michaela Krahunova from Bulgaria. Her well-researched essay highlights how NATO has recognized the importance of its political dimension and sought to strengthen it. It argues that today, NATO's new strategic concept must once again solidify the alliance's cohesion around shared democratic values in order to counter the challenge posed by systemic competitors Russia and China. Allies should also establish a democratic resilience, Mr. President, a democratic resilience center within NATO, as recommended by our Assembly and especially by you. Congratulations to this very good essay and all the best for her studies at Hertie School in Berlin. And finally, let me come to the winner of this year's essay competition. The first prize goes to Per K. Braak, master's candidate at Sciences Po Paris. His excellent essay argues that normative and ethical principles are at the heart of NATO's grand strategy and must be considered as both a vital asset and a strategic imperative for NATO 2030. Faced with the combined threats of a weakening of the internal democratic consensus, meddling from authoritarian powers and the erosion of global norms, the essay argues that NATO should seek to better delineate the definition of shared values and the internal process to safeguard them, to better defend against authoritarian interference and work more closely with like-minded partners to strengthen multilateral institutions. Suburbanely written, the paper is awarded with 1,000 euros. Congratulations. At least if you, dear colleagues, want to know how NATO plays its part in defending and promoting democracy and democratic values from a student's perspective, I warmly recommend to read these splendid essays. Just give me a signal. Or Ruxandra. Thank you once more, Ruxandra, for supporting us with the evaluation of the submissions. In spring 2022, we will launch the next essay competition. I would be very glad if you all, dear colleagues, would help me to distribute the call for papers and send it to all students and universities you know. Thank you very much.
Carl, thank you. Thank you so much. Knowing now that the top prize is 1,000 euros, I might apply myself. At any rate, thank you so much, Carl. And clearly, you know, the spirit of your dedication is going to continue through this foundation, and we're so delighted. Thank you so much, Carl, and Lord Joplin and Ulla for your wonderful years of service. We wish you all the best, and we want you to come back. Don't abandon us. We're going to take a 59-minute lunch break. See you in an hour.